Up. Okay. My audio is desynced. Hang on. I have to fix that. That's gonna bug me. Boop. It didn't stop. Test, test, test. Crap, it's still not working. Hang on. Hi, Nafan. Congrats on grabbing first. Give me 1 second. Testing. There we go. Okay. Audio is synced up. We're good now. We're chilling. We are chilling. How's it going, everybody? Hope you're doing well. It's good to see you guys. We are going to be playing some Twitch SMP here. And I'm just getting some things posted so that everybody can get to where they need to be. I need to submit my taxes, which are right there. Boop. Okay, Nafan, thank you for submitting your taxes. Hello, Emmy. It's good to see you. Hope you're both doing well. Put that over there. Let's put this one over there. I have a lot of tabs to put in other spots because they're in the wrong spot right now. Go ahead and open up Minecraft /AFK/live. Boop. Okay. We are here. We are here. For those of you who haven't been keeping up with the Twitch SMP stuff, you will probably be like, whoa, you made a lot of progress. It feels like it, but we really haven't. Because we've still got a long way to go. So, as you can see, we got this huge sphere, or dome, I guess. And inside of it, we have this big hole. And inside of this big hole, we're supposed to be putting, like, all sorts of buildings and streets and such. It's gonna look really cool. But we need to tackle these walls first before we can even work on that kind of stuff. So that's what we're going to do today, actually, is working on the walls. So I'm actually thinking we're just going to start on this part right here. And we'll just kind of section off it. Because basically, how I want the walls to work is it'll be layer by layer. So you see this first layer here. It actually will start and stop on this block. So there will be like a little bit of a lip. And then the next one would be up here. And again, there will be another lip. And then there will be another one probably right about here. However, I am definitely still considering taking this down a couple more blocks since I need a little more space to build some things. So we'll have to wait and see how that looks. And then after all the walls are all built, then we can actually kind of look around and say, hey, you know, maybe we want this, maybe we want that, and, you know, actually put in some pathways and some builds and really make this area feel alive, because I've got some ideas. Also, there's like a hair somewhere in my vision in my left eye, and I can't find out where it is, but it keeps popping into my vision. Perhaps right here. Did I get it? I did. There we go. I'm sorry. I needed to get that taken care of. It was gonna bug me. Also, I have computer updates, apparently. I don't know why, but without fail, every time I start stream, I get a notification from Windows saying, hey, we have an update for you. I keep my thing updated all the time. And yet, there's always more updates. Okay. Let's see. We'll sleep probably before we start. But we need to figure out... We need to figure out where we're starting with this. Like I said earlier, I kind of want it to be darker on the bottom and brighter up at the top. Almost kind of more dystopian. So, you know, the rich people live up top. They have better skylight access. Because there'll be, like, bridges and buildings that kind of hover over top of this that take more of the skylight so that the bottom is kind of more artificial. And so I kind of want it to be darker and more grungy looking so that, you know, it really gives the feeling of, oh my goodness, the poor people live here. You know, that's the feeling. And you know, that's not to say poor people are dirty. Although, you know, they don't really have the utilities because even the garbage people don't come down here. You have to take the garbage out to like the one dumpster over here. And then like there will be like a little machine. Like I've got some ideas. I really want to do a lot of world building within this area, so you know, it's gonna be a little, there's gonna be a lot of little details to it because that's what makes this style of build really pop. So let's get out of here. I have a little hole in the ceiling right now. That's all I've got going for me. And let's sleep. Also, my settings are messed up. My shaders do not look like my shaders. Let's fix that. Let's fix that. Options. Video settings, shader packs, pack settings, materials. Maybe it's not materials. Camera, color balance, saturation. Pop that up to 1.30. Try that. Just a hair more. 1.40. There we go. Okay. I'm sorry, I have to have it. I have to. It's still off. I don't know what exactly is off on it yet, but something is still not quite right. But that's okay. I don't think I've ever heard you explain the idea before. Oh, okay. Well, yeah, it's like a dystopian world down there, basically. Or at least that's the hope. So I'm going to start with getting together my deep slate. And let's, do I have a stone cutter? If I do, probably in here. Okay, it's not there. Well, let's make a few stone cutters. Probably just one. We only need one. But we could put a little bit of deep slate in here. So that's what we'll be using a lot of anyway. Okay. Hello, Monkey. Welcome on in. Hope you're doing well. And Jorby, hello. Thank you for your taxes. Appreciate it, dude. Love a good dystopia. Heck yeah. Heck yeah. I thought it was for a game and the creative building project was part of it in some way. Oh, dude, that would actually... I do have an idea, possibly, to use the creative building project, in a way, for a game, but I don't know. I don't know if it would work well or not. That's my only concern. But you know how Skyblock Kingdoms has different islands for different oh, what are they called? For different biomes. I was like, what if you did that, but with the islands that I've been building, you know? What if they were stuck in different versions? I don't know how that would work well. You'd have to pick really good versions of the game to make sure it worked okay. And you'd have to balance it entirely differently. Something is still off on my shader pack settings. Hang on. I think the big one that you'd have to do is you would really have to stack the teams a little bit more. So putting more people on teams that are at a disadvantage because there's less, because there's just less features. So you want to stack those teams a little bit better so that people are, so that you can make the same amount of progress ideally. I don't think this is doing enough. That's too much. I don't know. How much contrast is too much? Oh, I just found Minecraft Classic right here. Wow, that grass is insane. Okay, let's fix that. Let's definitely fix that. Let's try to drop it down just a little. I updated. I shouldn't have. I don't know why I did. I was like, oh yeah, let's just update my resource pack. Let's update this. Let's update that. And it never saves my settings. I don't know why I do this to myself. Let's just turn that off. I will deal with it the way it is. Even though it looks ever so slightly off from what I usually use. I don't know why. It is the right shaders, right? Yeah, it's complimentary. Okay. This is a menu I didn't have before. Okay. Anyway, complimentary best shader. I definitely agree. I love complimentary. I love complimentary. Do you want to play? I don't play with viewers on the regular anymore. I used to play on my viewer joinable server, but that server is currently offline. But when it comes back, then you can play on that with me. Or we will be doing some minigame streams again in the future. I've just been taking a long break from that so that I can focus on Twitch SMP, and so I could also focus on creative building. I was about to say I don't watch Skyblock Kings, but I know about stuff with Alfie. Yeah. I watch Alfie. That's all I watch right now. I finally caught up on all of Alfie's videos, I think. So it took me a while, but I've been clearing up my backlog on YouTube because I've been watching not enough. I've not been watching enough. And so I've been kind of watching a little bit more lately just to help me get through it. Dude, I'm becoming obsessed with something. Ever heard of Zali? He's worked with Minecraft YouTubers to make battle songs, not exclusively Minecraft YouTubers, but that's the most notable in my book. Songs go hard. I'm not familiar with the name, but I might be familiar with the work. Possibly. Complimentary is the best. I like how much you can tinker with it. Like I turn my clouds to pink fluffs. Yes, you can do so much. I love it. Copy the old shader settings file and rename it to the new one. It works for me when I update shaders. I will see if I can do that really quick. Or at the very least, I can find my old values on the things that look off. That's screenshots, not shader packs. Boop. We're on 5.6, so I need to go to 5.4. Okay. Boop. Options, video settings, shader packs, edit settings. Saturation in the camera settings was supposed to be 1.5. And then anything else in here? Don't think so. Something else is off. What is block reflect quality? Could be a TXT file named the same as the shader setting. If you rename it, so it's the same name as the new one. Should auto apply everything. I've done that before, but it just bugs out. For whatever reason. Now, maybe it's just because I jumped major versions of the pack, and so they changed some of the settings. That may be it. Although they've got settings that I've never seen here before, like temporal filter. I've never seen that setting before. Maybe I'm... Huh. I mean, we could try. What's the harm in trying, you know? Boop. It already looks a little off. So, let's see. We're on 5.6. If I just copy that. Paste it over to... here. Rename. Boop. Yes. Delete you. Rename you to the thing. Boop. I may have to relog. I just realized I might. I don't know if it works if you don't have it logged. You should play on Alfie server sometime and leave your mark. I have played it once. I haven't gotten to play on it really since then. I have a few diamonds, and then that was about it. I need to get back on there though. I want to build some things. Alfie has me on a project as well. I don't know, something is off. I don't know what's off. Everything looks like a little... Is it exposure? Do they have an exposure setting now, maybe? Lighting. Okay. It's not in there. I don't know. I probably shouldn't spend too much time on this. Yeah, turn on the Night Nebula. Those are awesome. Yeah, we'll just roll with this for now. It is what it is. It is what it is. If I sit here, I would toy with this all day for a very, very, very long time. Okay. Right. We need to build. Alright, hello, Al. Welcome on in. Hope you're doing well. Hello, hello, hello. Thank you for speaking your taxes. Appreciate it, dude. What you up to today, man? Okay. So I'm thinking is we might take this chiseled deep slate and kind of go around the edge like this. That's just a guess right now. I want to see what we have as options. So we got tile. We got the polished deep slate. We got the chiseled deep slate. We got deep slate brick. So what I'm kind of thinking... Okay. Let me take some of this so that I can kind of get a good idea of it. 1, 2, 3. It would be like... Boop, boop. It might be like that for the bottom layer. It's not going to be super texture variated, but that's because there's going to be a lot of things on the sides of the building or the wall. Ideally, anyway. And then also, I can always go back through and add more. I just don't want to spend a ton of time doing texture variation if I don't have to. Because then I have to keep getting more resources and such. Although, I mean, let's just see. Let's just see what we've got in terms of textures you can blend into that. Like, I know you got polished deep slate. Would cobbled deep slate even work with this? Or is that too big of a difference? I feel like that clashes. Okay. That at least doesn't look terrible. So we could include a little bit of that, but I would almost use it as like patchwork. So places where the wall was caving in almost, you could use that as like a patch. And then, otherwise everything else is just made of this brick. And then I know we also have tough bricks. I may use those as well to some degree just to see how that works. I may end up just keeping that up here on another level though, because like I said, I want it to be brighter up here. So we'll have to wait and see. The grid pattern from the glass is great. Yeah, I mean, man, that is actually crazy. I'm surprised that my like computer puts up with the amount of like that's impressive, the shading it's doing there. I mean, that might be some intense shadows, really. I mean, they go far. I mean, you can see it. Every single one of those glass blocks is producing a shadow. That is crazy. Okay. Let's just start with boop, boop, boop. I'm gonna need like a lot of those, so we'll just start with that. And then the question is actually, do I want it here or do I want to inset it one more? Because what we've got right now is the glass right there. I'm kind of the mind. I'd have to go all around to do that. I think it'll look best overall if we actually rip up the walls, though, and do that, because then we could go back one more. Although, no, wait, no. We'll rip up the wall to add the texture to it, but otherwise, this is fine right here. We don't have to go back two. We only have to go back one. I'm okay with that, yeah. We'll be fine. Okay, we found our next crossroad. Do I want that? Or do I want that? For the style we're going here, I think thicker might be better. At least just to start with. That way it looks stronger. I can always come back through and do some more stuff to it if I need to. But for now, we'll just stick with it thicker. And then I can always come back around and remove it later if I need to. Let's just go all the way around. Thank you for the lurk. I appreciate it, Al. Hope work wasn't too terrible. What's the project? Oh, yes. The project. Alfie has me working on some of the spawn area. So, the portal throne room is where I'm supposed to be doing some work. The worst part is honestly just doing the ceiling. But I think I've got a couple of ideas in my head. I just need to actually try to do some of them. I've been really busy the last couple of days. Week, 2 weeks, I don't know. So I need to get off my butt and actually do some of that. But it is on the to-do list. That is for sure. Can't decide if looking at hermit builds and recreating them, not block for block, but as reference, counts as you yourself building it and creating it. I think using it as a reference to, like, it's inspired. It's inspired building. Which, I mean, most building in Minecraft is inspired. So I think you're perfectly safe doing that. Maybe not calling it directly your completely and totally own original creation. But, you know, saying, oh, I was inspired by, you know, and then, you know, marking the reference to it. I mean, I will 100% admit I have been really inspired by some of the hermits before. And you can see that in some of my builds. I can't list off any of them off the top of my head right now. But, well, I can kind of. My base way back, none of you will remember this, Tiny SMP. That base was built, and it was like this huge sphere. I never got to finish it, but it was going to be kind of really inspired by the Mum Ball from Hermitcraft Season 6, I think. I don't remember. I think it was Season 6. And I never got to finish it because that server went down, but that was my first stab at a mega build. And then it never got done, but if it did get done, it would have looked really cool, and I stand by that. Let's go ahead and just do one more stack of that, shall we? Sure, those albums. I have it pulled up. That counts for something, right, Spicy? That counts for something. They are pulled up now. I just haven't listened to them. Okay, and then I'm thinking, just for now, I'm thinking we go down on these corners. So right there we bring it down, and then right over there we bring it down. And then I may even encapsulate this side. I just haven't decided what I'm doing with this wall yet. I've got some ideas, possibly, but I want to kind of heavily integrate some details into it, like a lift system of some sort. I would love to build a slime block elevator, but I don't know if it's worth it. And then, like, I don't know, maybe some signs of some sort, so using copper bulbs, what have you, you know, that kind of stuff. It would be really cool, hopefully. My Twitch is so busted. Oh no, Admiral, thank you for submitting your taxes. Sorry your Twitch is having troubles, though. That's basically the same thing. I mean, it's the same thing as last time. No, I haven't listened to it yet, but it's close. It's closer than it was, that's for sure. Oops. Okay, we need... You know what? Let's just sleep. There we go. Anyway, are you winning, son? I feel like I'm winning. At least a little bit. If I can get these walls done today... If I can get these walls done today, I think I'll be pretty set. I may even do some internal work on the glass as well. Not today, but at some point in time, maybe doing something to kind of give it some more support. Otherwise, it's so freestanding that I do kind of worry that it looks unrealistic, I suppose, is the term I'm looking for there. Do we have uncraftable material, sort of, kind of. Unfortunately, it just doesn't make that stuff. Oop. Okay, let's go down there first. There. Okay, I took personal calf grip for you. Next time, hopefully. I've got responsibilities. I love seeing the competitive rivalry there. It seems more competitive from the fan side, but I love it. I love it, truly. Let's go over here and build up this side. I may dig this side down a little bit more, but I doubt it. I'm competitive when I win. Yeah. Yeah, I get that. It's much more fun to talk trash when you know you're winning. When I lose, it doesn't matter. Why do you care? Oh. I feel like this right here probably should be dug out. Probably. I don't know. What do you guys think? I could definitely leave it and it would be just fine. So I would probably just put like another support pillar there. I don't know. We can make things work. I may just not. And then I could actually put this here and then I don't even have to dig out this side when I do the texturing. And then I would only have to dig out a little portion here to do texturing. That could work. I don't know. Let's just experiment with this idea a little bit. The less I have to dig, the better, you know? I don't want to have to repair these pickaxes. I'm lazy. I'm lazy and I know it. Should I go around my base and make hidey holes? Dude, I love building like little tiny not like, I guess hidey hole is probably the term there. I don't know. I just love putting little things that people probably would never otherwise see or look at. I love putting that around the base, you know? It's those small details. I said it earlier today about the new Minecraft drop, the Mounts of Mayhem. They put out a snapshot today, and they made it so that clouds are synchronized between players on servers. So like when you look up and see a cloud, your friend will see the same cloud you see. And it's like small details like that that nobody thinks of. I love that kind of stuff, and I'm glad Mojang adds that kind of stuff as well. But yeah, I try to put that stuff in my builds if I can, because it's a small detail, but it adds a little bit of everything to it. I do like this border. I'm trying to think, do I want to do the bottom though? Because I am doing the technically what would be the bottom of this layer. Oh. I guess that's a yes. I feel like that's a sign I should be doing the bottom. Okay. Ba-ba-bum. You know, I think we should just not even care and just make a bunch of that stuff. We're using so much of it, and I'm sure this isn't the only place we'll be using it, so let's just do this. I'll waste so many less rockets and a lot less of my time going back and forth if I just make a bunch, and if it's wasteful, so be it. I have a bunch of deep slate right now, so we're good. Because the next question is then, do we want to do this on each and every spot? I would say on every spot, no, but maybe on some of the larger ones and on a couple of the smaller ones, because you don't want that every single time, but on some of those places where it's like, whoa, that's a a really big, there we go. On the really big stretches, like over here, you may want it like, you know, right there and maybe even right there, you know. My only concern would just be, you know, you got like little tucked in spots right here, and how do you handle that? And, you know, that kind of stuff. But it would look interesting. And it gives you huge panels as well to do some stuff with. I don't know. I'll have to think about that. I will definitely have to think about that. I do think I need to put some pillars in, though, just because otherwise right now it looks cool. It just, it doesn't look well supported. I was just realizing, do you have a Hollow Knight sound pack? Something sounds off at least. No, I'm not using, well, I sort of am, but it's not like Hollow Knight or anything. It's, so I have dynamic sounds, which is a mod that adds echoes and such. So because I'm super deep into the earth and there's a lot of walls around me, the sound is reverberating. And I also have a, mod that plays sounds whenever you pick up an item. So like my bow, anytime I pull it out, it makes a dispenser sound or something like that. And each of these have their own sounds to them as well. So that's why. And I can show you a little bit about the other thing, maybe. Where is sound physics? There we go. Debug. Render. There you go. As you can see, I can see where all the sounds are coming from. They're making sounds. They produce rays. The rays bounce back. That's how that works. It's a really cool mod. It doesn't make sense to most people, but think of it like... how would I describe that? Think of it like light. That's what sound is just like in terms of games. You send out a light ray, and then it just has to decide, is it bouncing back to you or is it not? That's also how sound works. Sort of, kind of. I guess it's also sort of how it works in the real world too. But. It's an oversimplification, but that is sort of how it works. Nope. Let's do that. Light and sounds are waves. Yes. Yes, exactly. Let's, that's all just a mess over there right now, so I'm thinking we just do this straight line right here. And then we'll do that straight line over there, and then I'll go back. Go to the sauce makes sense to me. So many lines, yeah. Lots and lots of lines. Anyway, head out for real this time. Alright, sounds good, Admiral. Have fun with whatever you're getting up to. Hopefully not Crusader Kings. For your own sake. Bum bum. It's starting to get dark again. Definitely not Crusader Kings 3. Good. I know how much you love that game, but it's a plague to your health. Alright, time to abandon ship. Get out of here. Takes quite a lot of work to get out of there. I'm not gonna lie. Man. Alright. Let's fly back in and see what we're looking at. Now that it's day. I'm gonna have to figure out lighting for that area, definitely. Like, probably before we start building all the stuff, because... Like I said, we're gonna have bridges and towers and such that are kind of blocking out a lot of the light down here. So it's gonna be hard to see anyway. And I really don't want to have to deal with mobs. So I gotta kind of be aware of that. Ow. Okay. Low licen. Still want dark lighting. Ooh, that's a good point. Glow licen would definitely work. And I think... Let me think. I really wish we had copper bulb, or not copper bulbs, sorry, we have those. I really wish we had copper lanterns. Like, the Age of Copper update would have been perfect for the area I'm working on. Because I would have loved to have had some green in there, but I can use soul lanterns. So I'll at least have some different colored lights, but... doesn't mean I'm happy with all the choices I have. I want more. Please. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay. I was like, I don't remember if these guys explode or not, and I don't want to stick around to find out. Purple lanterns, I would love them. Oh, dude. I really hope we get purple lanterns. I really do, because I think that would be sick. Okay. This is looking decent, so far anyway. Gonna take this up. Or even the ability to put stained glass into the lanterns. That would be a great solution, honestly. You don't have to come up with a reason why each one is a different color. Just by saying, oh yeah, you put stained glass into it, so therefore it is. That works. That actually works a lot, yeah. That would be awesome. Okay, we'll roll with that for now. What I'm gonna do now, is the less fun part. I'm gonna make a ton of deep slate bricks, and they will, there we go. They will go in. And then in those spots right there, where the tough and anything that's not already just plain deep slate, I may go ahead and patch it with polished deep slate. So let me like get a couple of stacks of that. Just so it has a little bit of texture variation. It goes well enough with it anyway that I think it'll look okay. And then I just gotta decide which wall I want to start on. I would say starting on one of these empty walls would make sense first, just because then we can patch it up and we don't have to look at it anymore. You know, something like this. Oh. What am I doing? Right. Okay. There we go. I'm good now. I'm confused, but that's okay. Who isn't? You hear that, Mojang? Now you gotta do it because it makes sense. It makes so much sense. I would love for that to be just the way the game works. Please, Mojang, please. I haven't figured out what I'm doing for the floors yet. I could do anything down there, that's for sure. Guess I oughta start ripping some of this out to send another letter to my girl Agnes. You know, I think if anyone can do it, it's you. It's Unifan. I believe in you, dude. You gotta win over the Minecraft devs just for us. I'm trying to think. Surely they'll add more of those. I feel like it was so well received to have more lantern types, so I foresee them adding more. It's just I hope they don't do it in the continued way that they've done it so far. That's my only concern with that right now. And we need these lanterns. Exactly. Without the lanterns, you know, we may have to riot. Just a little bit. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm getting a lot of extra deep slate out of this too, so that's kind of cool, I guess. I'm sure I'll need it later, so that's good. I don't need a reason to riot, but I'll take what I can get. I respect it. I respect the riot grind. If you don't riot, who will, you know? Ooh, diamonds. Wow. You want to talk about being so close and then giving up? I was 1 away from the top of it and 1 away from the right of it. Like, that would have been so crazy had I not gotten that all that time. Hello, YCP Songs. Welcome on in. Hope you're doing well. I need... Sure. I have it all cleared up where I can, anyway. And this we can silk touch. There we go. Really stealing all the diamonds from Alpha server makes me want to go mining again. Oh boy. You know, I've seen a little bit of your stockpile of resources, and it's a little terrifying, I'm not gonna lie. I've never met somebody who has mined quite as much as you. Okay. We're back on this side now, so I can actually finish that. That Scar has done more than likely. Scar is a madman. I love Scar. Alright, what are we looking at? Okay, that's not terrible. And then all I'm missing is we'll just go back through with polished deep slate and we'll hit where the tough is. And I may dig out the extra tough just so I can have it for later. Because, you know, we can actually utilize that a lot. And then I may also need to just figure out where I'm doing the reinforced points and build some extra bars there. So I may have to do some math on that, but that's not terrible. That's not terrible. And then I'm guessing... I mean, it's so dark now that you can hardly see any of that. Let me go sleep. I need to bring a bed here. Let me get a bed while I'm out. That way I can just sleep here, because otherwise it's just gonna be back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. I started mining so much because of Scar. The Ore Mountain was inspiring. I respect it. I remember... Let's see. When did I start watching Scar? Season 5? I think. I don't know. One of you could correct me if you happen to know. But it was when he built, like, his city. And it had, like, the towers, and one of them had, like, there's, like, a sugarcane tower, I think. And, I remember watching that season. And then Good Times with Scar Fashion, you know, he got sick a lot, so I don't think he ever ended up finishing that one, but it was really cool. Remember this, but I don't know what season that was. I think it was 5, but it's very likely I'm misremembering. Season 5 is when I really got into Hermitcraft, but I caught the end of Season 4 when I watched Mumbo Jumbo. And then I just hook, line, and sink watched all of the Hermits through Season 5. Or just about all of them. You know, there was a lot that I probably missed. But I used to watch a lot. It was concerning. It was probably more than a little concerning, even. Okay, what did I come here for? A bed, right. Do I not have... Wait. I was gonna say, do I not have any wool? Make a red bed. You know, guys, back in my day, we only had red beds. We didn't have a choice. Every bed was just red. Most of you probably remember that time. It was probably what? 1.13? That they... 1.12, probably World of Color. Surely. I would assume. I actually don't know off the top of my head. Oh. Well, that did work. I missed the OG red beds. Red beds, best beds. Exactly. You get it, Emmy. You get it. I think, you know, when I'm old and I'm married, you know, I'm gonna have to beg my wife for this probably, but we're gonna have a red bed. I think it's just required, you know. It is going to be a Minecraft bed. We're gonna put 2 beds next to each other. It's just that it has to be that way. I'm sorry. I do want this because I think I don't have really any puff. So I probably should just dig it all out. Man, you are a lovely person. Oh boy. I have some thoughts to add to that, but I'm gonna refrain. That's a thought. It is a thought. It is a thought indeed. I'm not... there's nothing I can say to that. The only things I can think of are probably just not good ideas to say. I like four posts. Yeah. I think a 4-poster bed is a great idea. The rest of it, it's an idea. It is an idea. And that's as much as I'm gonna say. I've always wanted a 4-poster bed, maybe even a covered one. Ooh, yes. Yes, at my aunt's house, she has a guest room, and it has a 4-poster in it. And it's got the covered, the drapery post. So it's like really fancy. Really, really fancy. I've only stayed there once and actually slept there. The other times I've slept on the couch because other people were in there. Sleeping in the high life. Exactly. Her house is full of, or was full of, antique furniture. So, I mean, you could find a whole lot of stuff. In fact, it's where I got my sword from. My uncle was really into collecting that kind of stuff. So, I have a sword. And I've got a hat as well. That's probably... It's definitely older than me. I don't know how old we're talking, but it's really, really old. I don't wear hats usually, but I was told I look really good in it and I should start wearing it, but it's so out of style, so I don't know if it's a good idea or not, but it's a cool enough hat. There's also like some stuff inside of it, like some powder. I don't know if I should be wearing it, to be honest. Oh. Server restart, my bad. I was like, oh, well, pack's gone. Let's go ahead and pop off for a second. She sounds like my kind of lady. I love antiques even more so if they have family or history significance. That's fair. That is really fair. Yeah. Try to think what other stuff they've got there. I mean, he had a whole library of books and various tables, and he had all sorts of relics. I mean, he had a whole room. It was like a dining room, if I remember correctly, just full of stuff. You were talking like knight armor. I think he had a couple of medieval knight sets. He had swords and hatchets and axes and goblets and dishes and a little bit of everything. And in another room, he had all sorts of Hot Wheels cars. He was collecting Hot Wheels, and knives. Could be a museum. Oh, dude. If you only knew. If you only knew just how true that statement is. Man. It was crazy. I think a lot of it has been sold off now. Just because it was a tripping hazard. And it was more his thing, not my aunt's thing. And so after he passed, it was kind of like, yeah, it's time to downsize a little bit here. So it definitely helped to get some of that out of there for her, and also probably for visitors as well. A few pieces that are from family. That's awesome. Yeah, outside of the sword that's in the corner back there, you can sort of see it. That's a half-size katana, maybe, which is really cool. I don't really have a ton of stuff that I've inherited, but I have slowly amassed some inheritance, just because, you know, being the best nephew ever, and also being the best grandson ever, you get a lot of stuff, and it's awesome. I'm gonna join this group really quick. Boop. Hello?
Hello, King Reg.
Hi, how's it going, Tack?
It's going well. What about yourself, dude?
I'm doing pretty good. I'm chilling.
I'm happy to hear that. You remember the anonymous identity duel?
Oh, yes.
There's a player named Ash, Ashtunio, I think that's how you pronounce it, that's going to log on soon.
Okay.
I need you to play as the fake anonymous player.
Okay.
So, when the time comes, all I need you to do, and we can stay in this voice chat for the time being, I will ask you to message Ash, either look left, look right, look up, etc. Depends on where they're looking.
Okay.
But I'll see if Ash will get on the server.
Okay. Bet.
They were on earlier, and I already chatted to them, but they said they had some studies to do.
Okay.
But that was about an hour ago.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I can definitely help with that.
I have anonymous. Let's see.
How's this looking? Hardly
Need to
see.
lurk in stream. Oh dang, that's a nice looking wall.
Oh, thank you. I've been working on it all day. 1 hour, just
tax
one.
Submit tax.
Tax submitting tax. Hey yo, let's go.
Alright, Ash just messaged me saying they're going to be on in, quote, in a sec.
Okay.
So, God knows how long that'll actually. I'm
Yeah.
still using the same armor trim as before.
Ooh, okay.
The diamond one. So they suspect nothing. Except maybe you, which I highly doubt, but we'll see.
I'm finally getting to use the knowledge that I've been given on who Anonymous is. But I can't say who Anonymous is, except I can say Anonymous is me.
True. I am Anonymous. Psych.
I am Spartacus.
Hi, Steve. No, not actually.
Steve is the GOAT, man.
Hey man, did you hear about the Minecraft movie part 2?
I saw that and I was gonna make a video and then I had to eat dinner and I was so mad because I was like, man, I'm so
tough luck.
hyped.
Tough
I'm
luck.
so hyped.
Yeah, I'm hyped too. Although it won't be out for another 2 years.
You know, I waited a long time for the first one, so I feel like, you know.
I casual, by the way. This wave.
Oh. There we go. Dude, I stopped 1 block short of several diamond veins. This is not helping my gambler's dilemma.
Oh, I accidentally messaged myself. What the heck? Hey. I was saying, what the heck? Why did it double? I'm like, oh, that's me. Okay. Ash is on their way. I swear to God, if they're actually looking at your stream, nah, it doesn't look like it.
Okay. Would have been funny.
Hilarious, even. Wait, I can actually... If they have their dim map location on, I can snipe their location.
Oh, you definitely
Yeah, right
could.
now they literally just left their location. They will be there for a good, I gotta guess, 5 minutes at least.
Okay.
We'll see. Yeah, I toggled my my sneak buttons so I could just type in stuff
That's smart.
while sneaking.
I
A lot of
didn't.
people, well, not a lot of people, but a couple people asked me how I did. I'm like, it's literally an accessibility setting.
I always forget about that feature, but it's so handy.
I know, right? It's so good.
Yeah. We'll roll with that. I needed to clean up my inventory. I forgot I had all that stuff. There we go. It's a little better. Let's just leave it alone for now, because we don't need to place blocks. We need to break blocks.
It's a big circle.
It's a huge circle,
Wait,
dude.
I have 5k points. I
Hey.
must say for VIP, but also silly voice mode.
Oh boy. I don't want to
You
disappoint
say you
you.
do silly voice, but what the heck is silly voice? It's like Kirby the Frog?
Oh, dude,
or
I
somebody else?
can so Kermit the Frog, but I can also like I have a pretty mean Donald Trump impression. I don't mean to brag.
Oh no. Oh no.
Like it might be the greatest, possibly the greatest voice. But yeah, Kermit the Frog is usually the go-to. Everybody loves Kermit.
Amen. Like, a lot of people can imitate Kirby the Frog pretty good.
Oh
Like,
yeah.
Not too much effort.
It's you just gotta swallow your own throat, basically. It's I hate using that descriptor, but I mean it's kind of true. I mean, what would you like your silly voice to be? Here's your dab.
Dab! Dab! It might be screaming like, Dab! Yo! Dab in the big 25. Soon to be 26. We're under 2 months away.
Jeez. Yeah, we're getting close.
We're getting stupid close. I don't like it. Where has the time gone, bro?
I don't know. Last year I met like so many people, and like I'm just now realizing I'm like, man, I've known you for a whole year. And, like it's been the fastest year of my life.
That's what I'm saying. Wait, shoot, what's my follow age? Surely it's not
big.
too long. Follow age. Does bro not have the bot set up?
No, it just takes a minute.
Oh, there we go. 7 months. Nice.
Oof.
Around the same time as Matrix, I think. Roughly.
Probably. How?
Ash is roughly 2,000 blocks away from the lodestone.
Okay.
I'm already at the spot, just a couple hundred blocks away, so they can't see me. even if I unshift, but still. You
You're just
can't be
being
too
safe.
careful.
Yeah.
Yep, you know it.
Last thing you
Oh
want
my
to do
God,
is
I
give
just
away the
realized.
location. What?
I just realized Ash has only 12 pain now. Oh my God. That's actually lethal for a
heck?
server like this.
How?
I have no idea. I can't tell you. It's
That is
insane though.
insane. Like, you gotta be right next to the server for that. What the heck?
That's what I'm saying. You gotta be literally the server itself. Oh, it's raining. Where's Ash? About 1,000 blocks.
Rapidly
I'll
approaching
keep
your
their
destination.
location on my second monitor. Alright.
What do I have to choose from?
Oh,
Pretty much anything you
Mr.
can
Nun's
imagine. I will tell you if I can
I will
try it or
laugh
not.
if Ash actually thinks Mr. Nunn is him.
Ideally, if you think it's something I can do,
anonymous.
that works. But I know some people have gotten creative with their requests, and I will try. But if I can't do it, I will refund you.
Ash just messaged me, where the free kiss is. And why is it so far? Just gives me time, man. Gives me time. So for the next little bit, just in case Ash can somehow hear me, I'm just going to talk in like a very deep voice. So it's kind of hard to identify who I am.
Yes.
So I'm going to ask you to, can you yeah. Can you slash message? Yeah, that sort of thing. Okay.
Okay, gotcha.
It appears that they are there. Do they realize that they just passed the... Oh yeah, they did. They turned around. Okay. Let's see. Alright, they're there. So I'm going to quickly swap to that. I just realized I need more fireworks.
Oh.
At least for this. Oh, you know what? Probably not. This one. Are you ready?
Yep.
Alright. I'll say what to say.
Okay.
There she me. I'm going to leave the group.
Ouch. Oh, 7. Alright. Daffy Duck. Let's see, Daffy's got an interesting sound to him. And I know a lot of people can do it. I struggle with Daffy, though. I didn't watch a ton of Looney Tunes, though. We watched... Let's see, I'm trying to think. Looney Tunes... I watched a lot of it at my grandmother's house. She and I would watch it sometimes. I didn't watch enough of it. But he's got like almost... How would I describe that? Yeah, I've seen a lot either. That's fair. I know it's like a little more higher pitched. It's usually, the thing about accents and voices is you want to get the right cadence with it. So making sure that you say the right timings, basically. I'm gonna tell you, I don't think I should do that one just because I'm not confident. But you can pick probably anything else, maybe. We'll find out. You may pick another one. I'm like, oh, man, maybe I can't do that one. I do want to use this as an opportunity to learn a lot more voices, though. That's, like, one of the great things about it. It's like, oh, you know, I think Nafan picked David Attenborough a couple days ago. So I sat there and was like, okay, let's listen to him for a second. Okay, it's just a British guy. I can do a British guy voice. We're good. It wasn't perfect by any means, but it was close enough, I guess. I just had to be a little old. That was all. Wasn't a bad impression. I don't know. I felt like it could have. Well, I mean, anything could be better, sure, but I don't know. I felt like it was a little weak, maybe. Let's see, deep slate bricks. You know, I probably shouldn't have done that, but that's okay. Let me in. There we go. Boop, boop. Oh, I can also leave the group. Louis Armstrong? Oh, bet. Hang on. Hang on. Let's see if I can do this. Louis Armstrong. There we go. There we go. It's almost becoming Arnold Schwarzenegger. I see trees of green, red roses too. Nope. Hang on. Who's that? I'm in space. Help. He's known for singing What a Wonderful World. Not that Armstrong. Am I thinking of the wrong Armstrong? Hang on. Wait. Who am I thinking of? Not no. Oh yeah. Yeah, that's a meme. Sorry. That Armstrong would be oh. Crap, wait. Now I'm thinking of Buzz. That's not the right guy. What's his first name? But Louis Armstrong is a singer, yes. Armstrong. This is burned into my head as a kid, and all of a sudden I can't remember. I feel so bad. So YouTube just doesn't exist? Yeah, it doesn't. Are you living alone? No. No, I'm not. Well, in Minecraft I am. What's his name? I'm sorry. First man on the moon. Who was the first man on the moon? Neil. Thank you. Neil Armstrong. I just kept thinking of common names, and I was like, I don't think. I don't. I don't think it's a common name. I was like Bob Armstrong. No. Jerry Armstrong. No, still no. I made tiles. Okay, that's fine. I'm gonna put those away. Boop, boop. I don't know what I'm doing. Do you guys know what I'm doing? I don't. Oh. Panda, thank you for submitting your taxes. I appreciate it, dude. I'm converting all my tools to netherite. Heck yeah, we love that. Netherite's great. Gonna be grinding my homework, but just wanted to stop by really quick. Awesome. Appreciate it, dude. Go do the things you need to do. But I appreciate you popping in. Check Elon-owned platform direct messages. Hang on. Will do. Give me a second. Boop. I would probably need some specifics, but I can definitely ask. But yeah. Just maybe a little more on the specifics of that, but possibly. Boop. 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 So thank you for submitting your taxes. I appreciate it. I'll send you a message after stream, and then I'll also listen to the music hopefully because I've got it pulled up already. So all 23 tools are almost completed being converted. Got 3 that need enchantments before, or enchantments fixed before netherwriting. 23? How? Are you like, do you have like 2 sets of tools? I'm curious. Wait. 23? I guess 3 sets of tools, maybe? Possibly? All my X messages are those weird spam bots with women telling me things they shouldn't be telling children. That's awful. But yeah, no, you're not wrong, Swifty. That is pretty much all of my messages on X as well. If it's not that, then it's usually somebody saying, hey, I watch a lot of your videos. Do you need an editor? And it's like, there's no way you watch my videos because you're the 3rd person this week to tell me that. And I have a grand total of 2 viewers on YouTube. That's a lie. I have a lot more people watch me on YouTube than that, but not enough to be getting messages on Twitter saying, I watch your videos. Can I do some editing for you? No, you're a bot. You're an actual bot. Oh. I need that. Okay. Bop. 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 Okay. For some context, it will essentially just be me going through chat and seeing PC guest username and DMing him. I think for what you're describing, that would probably fall under fair use. I'm not a lawyer. So like technically I don't really know if you really need permission unless you're just doing it out of formality, in which case that's much appreciated. But I don't think you need permission for that. You'd have mine, for sure then, in that case. I can't speak to the other party at this current time, but I can definitely let you know when I do. I want 2, 3, 4, 6. Nope, that one. There we go. Okay. I wanted to try to make that like a small patch. I didn't want to do like a whole... I didn't want to do a tiny thing, but I didn't want to do a huge thing either. I just wanted something small. I got waitlisted for that program I applied for a while ago. The one that I made a video app for. It's not a no, but it's also not a yes. Which one? You made a video app for one of them? Now I'm confused. Wait. I don't remember you making a video for one of them. Well, that's awesome. Congrats regardless. I'm sure that's awesome. I don't know what the acceptance rate is of what you're talking about at this moment, but that's awesome. Looks like I can't even raise up a bot to even get messages like that. I don't know why I get so many. It's so bad though. Probably because I'm a Minecraft YouTuber and they're like, ooh. They'll fall for our scams because they're all lonely and bored. And I mean, like, you're not wrong. A lot of us are lonely and bored, but not all of us. Not all of us are that way. Boop. This one will be the polished deep slate, because I know I need a lot of it. Okay. And it's the type of wait list where if someone decides to leave or not join, I might get contacted back to join. Okay, that's good. That's awesome, dude. Hope I actually hear back sometime. Usually there will be people that drop out either due to money reasons, time constraints, what have you. So depending on how long of a list and who's next on it, you'll probably hear back at least at some point, I would hope. One of my lawyer buddies and basically said I'm 100% within legal range with the respect thing. Okay, I gotcha. Yeah, I mean, I myself, I'm completely cool with it. You do what you want to do with that. You know, I can't speak on behalf of anyone else yet, but I'll let you know if I get a chance to speak to them anytime soon. It's not a super common occurrence that happens these days, though, just due to time constraints, but I will definitely be sure to let you know. Boop. Might have 9 silk touch picks, 2 fortune picks, 4 silk touch shovels, 3 fortune shovels, 1 silk axe, and 1 fortune axe. Dang. Wow. Okay. You know, I actually really respect the fact that you have that many silk touch picks. I really need to get more silk touch picks, but I'm like really lazy. And so I was operating all of this on just 1 silk touch and 1 fortune pick, which was not a good play. So I'm really happy that you chose the path of least suffering, I would say. Maybe not the exact least suffering, but to do the projects you're doing, I would argue that, you know, that many pickaxes is actually pretty smart. Okay, that should be 1 whole wall done. And sure enough, it pretty much is. I just gotta do this middle bit here, which I'm gonna have to round out the top because it kind of looks a little weird, but that's not too bad. We'll have to do some extra work to it to make it look supported, but it's not terrible. It is not terrible. It's fine, don't worry about it. Might also have 43.81 days played in the server. Like waterfall with the glass shadows. You know, yeah, the glass shadows definitely adds a lot to it. Jeez, you're my only hope of getting a hold of insert person here. That's fair. I get that. I get that. Bum. 43 days though. That's a lot. I have almost 10 on this world. By the time it's over, I'll definitely have 10. Which isn't the most. That's the thing. There are some people who have more than me. I'm gonna close my camera for a second. What? Okay, lovely. Okay, let's just... Okay, give me like 2 seconds here. I'm just doing a thing. Don't know how to say that without it sounding a little more concerning. Okay. Good now? Yeah. That'll at least stay there. Okay. Boop. Hi, guys. Okay. Okay. I think... I don't know, but I think... all we gotta do is get that spot there. We'll put a couple more of those beams in a few of the spots just to kind of section it off. Maybe turn it into 3 spots instead of just 2. And then we'll, of course, have to do some more things to it later on. Like, I'm going to put the lift in, like I said. We'll probably do a couple of buildings that might jut out of it just a little. Some signs hanging off of it even. Yeah, some small things that really add a lot to the build is the hope. For now, let's put blocks back down. I'm not gonna leave them like this ultimately, but I don't really need them, so until I know for sure I don't need them ever again, I'm gonna just leave them here. So I'd hate to see them get despawned, you know? It would just break my heart. But... okay. I need to repair my picks. I don't... if I don't, I'm gonna be in trouble. Let me go and do that now. Let's see. So all the time on Minecraft is when I'm dying or having chill time on the server. Oh, I also have no life. Fair enough. Fair enough. I respect it. I die a lot. Or I used to. I don't know if I still am dying a lot. Am I? Let's find out. When was the last time I died? Death. It's been just over 24 hours since I died. I've died 33 times on the server. That's not terrible. It's just when I die a lot, and then I can go a long time without dying. It's just, like I said, when it rains it pours kind of deal. You die a lot trying to get back to your stuff because you didn't have the gear set aside to go get your stuff back, and all sorts of issues like that. Swifty, are you here by chance? And if so, do you want to be the sounding board for the next King SMP shirt? Because the only thing that I'm waiting on to release that one is I just need somebody else to okay it. So that I can order a sample and make sure it prints good. And then I just gotta make the video and say like, hey, here's the shirt, here's the download, and this is how long you have until you lose said shirt and download. Well, the shirt's forever, but the download isn't. And if Swiftu isn't here, does somebody else want to see it? I just know Swiftu happens to know a little bit about that season. So you can at least tell me if the vibe is right. Okay, take this sucker. Offer to help, but I know nothing about the season, so probably not suitable. Yeah, that's the only hang up really that I have. I mean, I wouldn't mind sending it to people. Because I know you guys would be willing to help and at least say like, oh, does it look at least wearable? But you know, I also want to, if somebody here from season 2, is anyone here from season 2? Hang on, do we have anybody that still watches from season 2? I'm trying to think. Admiral would count. He would. And Swiftu can count, technically. I think he was there on, like, maybe maybe not the very last day, but, like, within the last month or two of the server, he was there. I think. I don't know. Plus charges would be more sending it to me with Mr. T's 800% tariffs. Yeah. Yeah, you want to talk about a pricey t-shirt? Oh my gosh. I mean, I think they do printing in other countries. I don't know if it's any good. That's the thing. It's like I can't even test to make sure the suppliers are good. I just gotta bank on everything being at least at a similar quality to the American production. Ooh, wow, that's loud. Okay. Put that down there. Yeah, I made 800% on, what is it, $20 would be 160? Is that correct? That sounds incorrect, but I think that's correct. Which is wild. Pew. Pew. There we go. Hey, Ellen Lee, how's it going? Wait a minute, hang on. Hold up. I gotta check my phone. I almost forgot, but I didn't. It's too late for you, but it's not too late for me. Happy birthday, Nafan, okay? I did remember. I just needed to see Ellently, because I burned it in my head. I was like, don't forget Ellently's birthday. It's your birthday, though, here in the US still. Happy birthday, Nafan. I was the reminder. You were the reminder. If you didn't pop in, I would have been stuck. I would have been stuck. Man. I had it burned in my head. I've been worried that I'm gonna forget, even though it's already passed and I remembered. I've been worried. I've been like, don't forget Ellen Lee's birthday. Don't forget Ellen Lee's birthday. I have it in my reminders that it was Nathan's birthday today. I just didn't have it set to go off at a time. So I had to go back and look. I was like, crap. Yep, it is. Okay. Jeez. I can cross that off the to-do list. Wish Nathan a happy birthday. There we go. I may have forgotten Waffle Wednesday yesterday, but I will not forget a birthday if I can help it. I will really try not to. I'll let you off considering it's still the 9th year time. Thank you. Thank you, Nathan. Thank you. Thank you for your mercy, dude. I would have been in trouble. Oh, I would have felt so bad if I actually like forgot. Man. I let that get too close to the wire. Don't mind me, I'm just gonna nom on some marshmallows. Hey, marshmallows are great. I have a bunch of really old marshmallows downstairs. I may just nom on some of those. Wow, I'm not gonna lie, it's really good. It's just sugar, but like, you know, it's really good sugar. Can you, like, leave me alone? Do-do. Okay. Come on. Please. It's right there. Okay, fine. I will come down and collect you. I kind of wanted it to come to me. Oop, my monitor turned off. I'll just play off the OBS screen. There we go. Okay. I really wish that wasn't a thing that happened all the time, but for whatever reason, the main monitor screen for Minecraft always turns off at some weird time. And none of my other friends have talked about it. So I don't know if it's just me and a few other people, but because Nathan, you've had that happen, right? I think it was you that said that it was happening to you sometime, but none of my other friends mention it, like, ever. I've had it happen? Okay. So it's Emmy too. So I think we all just thought it may... I don't know. Nobody's ever thought to mention it. I've always just been the only person I've heard complain about it. It bugs me when it happens though, because it's like, man, I can't see what I'm doing. I could die. Like, what if I was in the middle of bucket clutching, you know? Or there was a baby zombie chasing me. That's arguably worse. Let's see. XP making you work harder. I can't just go to you. I know. It's like, man, why it gotta be so difficult? I would kill just for things to be easy for one day. One single day. I'm gonna leave that all there. And then I'm just gonna seal it up. And if I need more, I have plenty of tuff back there. But I wanna try to get all of the first layer walls done if I can before the end of the stream today. Which is a little ambitious, I would say. But I feel like it's the right call. Probably. I don't know, maybe I'm wrong. I probably am. But I really want all of this to look quote-unquote complete before we move on to the next step. And that way next stream is just focused on whatever the next step is. Let's see. I had a bad cable and replaced the cable and it fixed it. Interesting. See, I would think that would happen to more than just Minecraft, though. For me, it only happens on Minecraft, which is what's so strange about it. And I don't know why. I don't know why. It hasn't happened in a while, though. I'd rather mess up a water bucket clutch than get it killed by a baby zombie. The baby zombies show no mercy. Dude, they're awful. They're so bad. It's more than Minecraft for me? Interesting. Okay. You know what? I'm gonna just quickly Google it. I'm curious. I'm really, really curious. Is this an ongoing issue for other people as well? Minecraft going black for some reason, then coming back. That's not really a great description, but screen turns black when I play Minecraft. That's a really long description there. Yeah, the air logs don't have anything in there. I don't know. There are people that have a similar issue, but they don't have, like, the same exact issue. Maybe it is just me. I don't know. Maybe I should just try swapping out the HDMI cable and just see. I'm in your walls. Floof, how's it going? It's good to see you, dude. Hope you're doing well. Thank you for submitting your taxes. Appreciate it. Bum. Do I want to do that wall or do I want to do that wall? Let's do this one. Because I can, I guess. I don't know. I don't really want to do this wall, but I have to do it all at some point. That's the thing. And we've oh, I dropped that. We've got probably, I think I could probably do it in an hour or two. Probably. I could do that one and that one. In 2 hours? 1 hour? 1.5 hours. I think that's a fair assumption. Maybe. It's kind of musty in here, and who are these 3 skeletons next to me? They seem pretty friendly. You know, yeah, those are my ex-friends, and if you want to know their names, I would happily tell you, but I'd get in trouble. Because I wouldn't just say, oh, let's call them this. No, I'd outright say their name. Oh, it's so tempting. But yeah, those are my ex-friends, and maybe my ex-wife too. She was a character, but she always gave me the cold shoulder. Let's just go all the way over here. The ex-wife. Dang, the sass. Bro, backstory. You know, I never actually... You know, the funny... Technically... Well, no, not... How do I want to phrase this? I never got married. Just to clarify really quick. And technically speaking, I do have... Or had... a fiance. But it wasn't like a serious thing. Which just leaves you guys with more questions than before. Hang on. How do I... I guess I'll just tell the whole story. So... A long time ago in a galaxy far, far away, aka the Midwest, back when I lived there, I had some friends. And... I just want to have a fiance, but not serious. I'll explain. I promise you. I promise. I had some friends. I was like, I think I just turned 16. And it was at my birthday. And one of my friends, like, kind of low-key was shipping me and one of my other friends. And for the, I've been told that young people don't use this term anymore. Shipping is when you take one person and you say it would be a great couple with another person, and so you ship them. I don't know. It's a whole deal. Well, he came up with a shipping name for us instantaneously, so I was like, okay, I see how it is, buddy. I thought about it for a little bit, and I was like, I got a perfect idea. So I decided I was going to attempt to pull the wool over his eyes and tell him that we did get together. And it was supposed to just be like a small ordeal, you know, just a few minutes, and then I was just gonna be like, haha, gotcha. And it was an ingenious plan, okay? It was. But then people started to, like, get in on the plan before I actually had time to execute it, because I was like, hey, I'm gonna do this, do you want to help? That was my biggest mistake in this, was asking if people wanted to help. So I asked the girl, who I was being shipped with. She wasn't in the area, so I was like, hey, would you be okay if I did this even? It's supposed to just be like a 2-minute thing. She's like, yeah, sure. Okay. No biggie. That then turned into us telling 2 of our mutual friends to also help sell it a little bit. And then they were like, okay, if we're gonna do this, we're gonna do it legit. And we're gonna get a whole backstory on it. So, like, you guys are gonna have a text conversation, and you're gonna go back and forth talking, and it's gonna be like low-key a little flirty, and one of you are gonna ask the other person out. Like, okay, we can do this. Easy. And so we had like a whole conversation. I took screenshots just so that if he ever looked at it, then it would look legitimate. And then she was like, oh, I'm also going to send you a picture, a selfie of me, a cheesy selfie, so that you can make it your phone background. And I was like, okay, this will sell it. This will sell it. He looked over my shoulder instantaneously and saw the background and lost his mind. Like, he thought he was a genius playing matchmaker like that. And we also, I guess, during that time period, because we put so much time into it, we said, well, we'll wait until she comes in on the weekend, and we'll just reveal it to him then. You know, it's just gonna be 3 days. Harmless. Harmless fun, right? That happened in the year of our Lord, 2021. Or no, 2020. Sorry, I turned 15. Maybe. Hang on. No, it was 2021. COVID just got really bad in our area though. So we didn't see each other that weekend like we planned because she got sick. And so we're like, it's fine. We'll delay it by a week or two. And that came around and it just didn't work out. And she's like, well, I'm coming in this next week. Let's go ahead and just do the fake date thing that we had planned so that it looks legitimate. It's still fresh in his mind. And so we do it. And then she's like, I'm coming back next week anyway because of this one event. Well, that event gets canceled. And then just fast forward, because this is a long story otherwise. Fast forward about 7 months. And we're like, good lord, we've done this for 7 months. We've done lied to this poor kid. And we're like, okay, we gotta come clean. And tell him. And I had like a lot of great ideas. One of them was like, you know, we were just gonna go ultra dramatic for a reveal at the end, and I was gonna propose, and it's just gonna be like, bro, we weren't even dating, and then just like slow turn and look at him, because that was the thing. We never explicitly told him that we were dating. We never ever told him that. We always just acted in such a way that made him think it. So like, it was one of those things of like, assumptions are the mother of all screw-ups. That was his favorite thing to tell us. So it was just kind of like, it felt like a worthy cause to pull there. But we basically ended up deciding, well, I was outvoted. They just decided that they were going to call him and tell him that it was never real in the first place. So it just wasn't even funny for us. It wasn't funny for him. And it didn't go over super well. But it was a fun time for the short time it lasted. To add to the fiance bit, technically speaking, she said yes. When we did the fake date thing, we went to Dairy Queen, and they had these straws, you know, in paper. And so I was like, okay, you know, this would be funny. She would kill me for it, so I'm totally gonna do it. And I sat down really quickly and turned that paper into a ring. And and I gave it to her. I was like, and there was people going through the drive-thru looking at us as we were doing it. So we were sitting outside. It was the summer. And I got down on the one knee and did it. And people were looking at us through the drive-thru. They were watching us. My friends were laughing. It was a good time, in all honesty. And she technically said yes, but it wasn't serious. So, you know, that should hopefully clarify a little bit about that. Yeah, I did do it, but like, no, we didn't. It wasn't ever going to go anywhere kind of deal. It was fun though. It was a solid experience. 10 out of 10 would do again. But okay, I should read chat now. Hello, Hatboro. Welcome on in. Hope you're doing well. Hello, hello. Weren't you even married in Stardew, though? That's true. I was married in Stardew. Leah is the best girl, dude. Seriously. I spills greets. I agree. Hello, Chandra. Welcome on in. Hope you're doing well. Making a whole alibi and everything. Absolutely. Y'all were committed. We were. Let's see. Who's taking my number 2 spot, bro? What project is this? You finished with glass? Yes, I did. So this is my mega hole with the glass over top of it. We're building like a dystopian city. So down here is going to kind of be the lowest level with a lot of the darkness, and it's going to kind of be a little more messy and such. And then up top is going to kind of be where everybody else lives, where, you know, they're very bright colored buildings and, you know, lots of life in it. It's going to be pretty cool, I think. I need to also sleep. My true love, the bed. Oh, I didn't even see... Oh, I'm sorry, Tack. I don't know if you're still listening to stream or not, but I'm sorry I didn't see your message. Good night. I hope you sleep well, dude. And no problem. I'm glad to help. I can't believe I missed that. Tack is actually so sweet, guys. He's a great guy. If you guys haven't already, go follow him. Tactical Slime is a member of the server, and he's a chill dude. It's almost my cousin's birthday. Hey, let's go. Happy birthday to your cousin. I hope they have a good day. Let's see. It does. As soon as you said you were 16, I was like, I see where this is going. Yeah, it was a good time. Like I said, I would totally do it again. Not for 7 months. Although, I will say, it was a fun time. Like, I could definitely... It's not right, but I could definitely see how people just date for fun and not with the intent of getting married or anything. Because it was fun just kind of making plans like that and hanging out with people. But it wasn't, you know, neither of us had feelings. Before any of you say anything, like, you should call her. She's married now, okay? So, like, chill out. Because we've been down this road before, okay? I just want you all to be aware that there was nothing there, ever. I've had people bully me into trying to text her again. I'm like, I don't want to. Not particularly. Not that I have an issue with texting her. She's a great person, but I'm not not about to try to cause an issue or anything. She's a cool person. Definitely not for me, though. That's, I think, safe enough to say. Boop. Alright. I want to break all of that. You're married? I am not married, no. That was for a joke with some friends. It'd be weird to do when she's married and y'all aren't super close. Her and I were close at one point in time, but we're definitely not anymore. We used to talk a lot back when we were teens, but now that we're adults, it's been so busy. Leah just means nothing. Leah is very magical. But she's not good with kids, okay? You know, Leah, she always leaves the kids just by themselves. They're just toddlers. And she would just leave them in the house. Go on a Sunday night to, I think, to the bar. And just leave our kids there while I'm out slaving away in the fields or in the mines. And she's out there having a drink. She didn't even hire a babysitter. Like, there are plenty of people in that town who would happily babysit. Because if they can't have me, then they would definitely like to watch my kids. Because we all know how Abigail felt. We all know. Man. Stardew was so fun. I really would love to go back and play again, but You know, I don't want to stream it again, that's for sure. That would be... It would be fun to do, but it would be a bad idea. It would be another year of pain and suffering with a 20-hour stream to end it all because I was stubborn enough to say it would end in August, and it was there. I saw you in ancient Egypt. You were homies with Pharaoh. What? Hey, yo, I'm buddies with Pharaoh. You know, I'll take it. Pharaoh's a pretty cool dude. Maybe, I don't know. Is Pharaoh still pretty cool? I say is pretty cool. I don't know. Do they still have a Pharaoh in Egypt? And then, like... My next question is it one of the good ones or one of the bad ones? Because there was plenty of both. I think Egypt just has a prime minister now that I'm thinking about it. I don't know. Somebody can Google that if they want. I don't urgently need an answer, but it is something that I'm curious about all of a sudden. It's always interesting seeing what each country has as their world leader title. You know, you got North Korea over there with a supreme leader, and it's like, whoa. And, you know, you got presidents, prime ministers, and the like. But some of them are very special with the titles they choose. Wow. I am not an unk. I am not an unk. Actually, got a point. Even trying to fix everything with a coffee cup. A cup of coffee goes a long way when your wife is angry at you. I don't even know why she was mad at me. You know what? I do, actually. She was mad at me because I was busy working so that she could live her lavish lifestyle. You know, she just wanted to drink the money away. So I had to go work hard. And because I didn't return home a couple of nights, she was mad at me. But the cup of coffee did help. That's for sure. That. No. We'll go up here. And I'll make a bunch of bricks. Boop, 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 boop. Okay. I do want to make sure I read everything. I'm sorry. Okay, yeah. I'm back. Missed 20 minutes. Last message I saw was floof about being in the walls. Internet decided to take a 20-minute break. At least it wasn't 3 hours like last time. That's fair enough, fan. You missed the lore, dude. Sadly, you missed a lot of lore. I just dropped, I mean, I've told this story before, but, I don't think I've told it when you've been in chat. I had a fiance, but it wasn't that serious. Solid times. Solid times. It's the only time 20 minutes actually changes anything, though, I think. COVID wasn't the only reason that lasted as long as it did either. I should go out and preface. We also had, both of us were working jobs at the time. So, you know, that didn't help. That definitely didn't help. We were trying to schedule around all of that. It's like, I work all day, every day, for every week. So, you know, if you can work around that schedule, then great. If not, then that's okay too. I used to work a lot. I kind of miss having a job, and I stand by this. I miss having one to some degree just because, one, having money is really nice. Two, it gave me something to do outside of being my own boss. Being a boss is cool until it's like, oh, I actually have to stay committed to what I'm doing. And, like, I have to tell myself, yeah, you have to get up out of bed today. When somebody else is the one telling you that you have to do those things, it's not nearly as bad. And I stand by that. Bum, bum, bum. Where are they? Ah, right there. Okay, I was like, I hear them, I just don't see them. Respectfully, how much do they pay you as a YouTuber? I can tell you. This whole month, I have made a whopping... analytics. I have made $3.06 in the last 28 days. I don't make a lot on YouTube right now. Now, if I unlock ad revenue on YouTube, that makes a decent amount more. I would be making 6 times 5. I'd make $15 right there, I think, if I have the right number in mind. YouTube doesn't make a lot of money. Twitch is actually where I make most of my money right now. And the reason why is that's where most people are. The culture is different on Twitch. More people prefer to give money on Twitch than YouTube, in my opinion. Which there's nothing wrong with that. But until you have ad revenue on YouTube, you're making almost nothing. The only thing I'm missing on YouTube to make ad money is watch time. I just need like 500 more hours and then I'm done. And then every view is monetized after that. Well, every 1,000 views about is when you actually make something that will maybe not pay out, but it'll pay out eventually. I will probably have an announcement on Discord at some point in the near future about it, but YouTube is releasing a feature that has it's going to allow you to, I guess, yeah, it'll allow you to stream in both vertical and horizontal format on the same stream, so all your views are counted in the same go. All of your chats are in the same place. So I'm going to be doing that at some point because I want you guys to be able to, I want you guys to be able to watch in whatever format you want on YouTube, which will definitely help. But then also, if people wanted to lurk on YouTube, it wouldn't be as bad because they can watch whatever format they want. So if they're trying to avoid ads, it's there. If you're trying to just, if you're trying to there's another thing I wanted to say about that, but I forgot it. Oh well. I also applied for a job yesterday. I'm not giving up on that search. Before anybody's like, well, just go get a job. Like I am. Don't worry. I don't want to rely on YouTube and Twitch. Post videos on Twitch and YouTube. I do. Twitch is where I stream predominantly, but I do have a YouTube stream as well. Both of them are 4 days a week, so I do a decent amount of streaming. And then I do post videos on YouTube occasionally. I want to do more, so expect to see stuff coming out eventually. I'm also working on a video game. I've gotten a lot of progress done on that. We're almost done working on the game branding, which will be good. I'm so hyped. As soon as that's all said and done, we'll have like a really, really sick opportunity to showcase something cool, I think. Oh. Did not mean to bounce that high, but I did. So that's good. It's whatevs. But yeah, the job I applied to, if it works, you guys won't ever hear me complain about money ever again. It's a part-time job. So it's like 15 to 20 hours a week, but it pays 18 an hour. And it's stuff I already know how to do. So I'm really hoping that one sticks, because that would be perfect. You know, 15 to 20 hours a week. Let's just say it's 15 times 4. So that's 60 hours a month at $18. That's $1,080 at minimum every month. That's assuming, you know, they keep you for a full month. This job, it's counted as contract work, so technically speaking, if they determine that they don't need you anymore, they could suspend the contract. But I don't foresee them doing that because it's a growing company. But you know, that would pay for King SMP Season 3. Or Season 4, sorry. It would also pay for all the other things that we want to do stream-wise, and it would give me enough money to start investing into my retirements to, you know, do a lot of cool things. So I'm really hopeful that that works out. That would actually be perfect, because then I can also do streaming and content still with a minimal time commitment. I mean, so, you know, you make 1,080 every month. That's 13,000 a year. That's not fantastic, but that's a lot more than what I'm making now. And for somebody my age, I still live with my parents, so it's not a big deal. I'm going to take 25% of that paycheck, which is what you would usually be putting into housing. I'm going to invest that so that it makes a pretty investment later for a nice down payment on a house. That all said, you know, that's at minimum. If you do 20 hours a week, that's 80 hours a month. At $18, multiply that by 12. That's 17,000. Now, I mean, you do have taxes, so drop that down to like 15,000. It's probably even less than that, in all honesty. You don't. The taxes that we pay these days on income is crazy. But you know, we'll see. We will see. I'm hopeful. I'm really, 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 really hopeful. But 17,000 a year, that is a really good job for somebody my age who doesn't have a college degree. Like, I told everybody, just you wait. Now, the chances of me getting it, probably slim. I think they're looking for one person, and I think 30 people have applied so far. But I can't see the exact numbers. That's just a guesstimate based on some of the information I have access to. I'm trying to drop you off the edge. No, 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 no. Where are you going? Okay. You lived? Okay, well. I've never seen a carcass fly so far. Oh my goodness. Okay. Boop. Okay, I want to read chat. I'm sorry. Can't wait to play the game. I can't wait for you guys to play it too. That's my only concern with this. 15 to 20 hours a week is not a lot, but when you're looking at gaming, or making games as well, on top of content, on top of everything, it's I do wonder what it'll do to my progress on that. But I can always start paying people to help me in other spots. So it could help. It could definitely help. I don't know. We'll see. Worst comes to worst, I just delay Omnia by another 2 years. Like, it's not like that's not already happened. Okay. Ooh, kaboom, there goes your towers. Oof. Sheesh, I hope you're able to get that job. Me too. Good luck, Reg. Thank you. Is it IT support? Yes. Yes, it is. Essentially, it's all work from home, too. That's one of the really nice things. I love that companies are finding out you don't have to have them come into the office to do work when it's something that they can do from home. So I'm hopeful. I'm really hopeful. We'll see if it works out though. My professional resume isn't super impressive. So I gotta kind of do a better job of marketing my skills that I do have that wasn't used in the professional world, but could easily be applied to it. Make a time machine and tell your past self to invest in Bitcoin and Apple. Dude, if only I did. If only I did. I have part of a Bitcoin. I was given it for free. I would never have invested in it myself, but I was given $1 in Bitcoin by the investment app I use, Robinhood. And I got it right before it doubled, and it went up to 200,000. So I now have $2 in Bitcoin. I really wish I had money to throw at it though, because I knew it was gonna do that. That's why I waited to redeem that the $1 in Bitcoin. Was I knew it was gonna do it, so I waited until it dropped, and then I waited until I knew it was gonna jump back up. Because I don't ever sell any of my investments. I just hold on to it. And so I ended up doubling my value there. I'm never going to sell it because it would cost more to sell it than the fees are worth. Or more than what the fees cost more than what the actual coin is worth. But I can say I doubled a Bitcoin. I got in before everybody else did. Or something like that. To put your Twitch on your application so they can come see how cool you are. That will get you the job. You know, for a while, I actually was putting content on my applications just to prove that I knew a lot of technological stuff, because people don't believe you when you don't have a certification saying, oh yeah, I know how to do this. A lot of them really like to see proof that you know what you're doing, which is fine. So I put on there for the longest time content, and nobody was taking it seriously or something, because boomers or something, I don't know. So I had to start taking it off because I just couldn't get anything out of it. But I do remember the only time somebody's responded to one of my applications was when I actually removed it, and it was Starbucks. Weirdly enough, I applied once with the content on there, never got a response. I applied a second time without the content on my resume, and they responded that time. And it's just like, you know, I get it to a certain degree, but like my customer service skills are on peak, dude. Like I could hold my own in a conversation with anyone my age. And probably old people too. So, you know, let me at them. Let me at them. I'd be a great Starbucks barista. I'm just saying. But alas, it was not meant to be, I suppose. I will just weep in the corner. Or something like that. See ya, Hatboro. Thanks for hanging out. I appreciate it, dude. Go get some sleeps if you need it. How you doing, King? 3 viewers. Hey, let's go. Hello, band. Welcome on in. Hope you're doing well. What if you had $1 million in investments you could sell? If I had $1 million investments to sell right now, I wouldn't. Or I might. And what I would do instead is put it all into the SMP 500, which has like a 15% annual return on average, and 15%. Or no, it was 12. Sorry, hang on. I'll tell you exactly what that would look like. Current age, 21. Let's retire at 67. If I had $1 million, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Put $0 in. Let's just do 10%. S&P 500 right there. I'd have 97 million with an M. $97 million by the time I retire. Now, if I took a little bit of that money just to live off of for a little bit, upgrade some stuff, pay for people to edit clips for me at the very least, and post those to my channel for me, we could explode the channel easily. You know, if I took 10,000 of that just to upgrade everything and pay for an editor for a year or something like that, I could easily make some of that work. But I don't have $1 million, so it is what it is. But $1 million, it can do so much for you. You just got to know what you're doing. I guess that's how I stream. I was number 3 a stream a little ago. I hate boomers. They assign me an hour of reading every 2 days. Oof. I'm learning more investing here from a Minecraft stream than a personal finance class. Yeah, they don't like teaching you that stuff. I don't know why. I mean, if everybody, I know not everybody can be rich, otherwise nobody's rich, technically speaking. Distribution of wealth does play into it a little bit, because if everybody were rich, then we would have no need to work, which then means we're all poor, because the US dollar would be worth like nothing, because we're not producing anything. But that's the thing, people will work because they want to work. A lot of rich people, like Elon Musk, for example, he doesn't have to work. Like him or hate him, I don't care. Like, honestly, it doesn't matter to me. He's just another guy. But he doesn't have to work. He is the richest man in America, I think, right now. I could be incorrect, but I'm pretty sure I'm right. Unless that's changed in the last couple of years. Possibly in the world, but I think that title's been taken over by somebody else, so but like him or hate him, he could retire right now, but he doesn't, because he wants to do stuff, you know. He is perfectly in a good position that he could just take his hands off of everything. And you know, the companies would probably crash and burn without him, in all honesty. I don't foresee SpaceX lasting without him. Tesla might. But I do not foresee any of his space companies doing as well without him. I don't foresee... what's the other thing he's on? He's got another company that I can't recall all of a sudden. Oh, Twitter, sorry. Twitter would probably be fine without him. X, Twitter, whatever, you know. But, you know, he wouldn't be able to... He could just quit. Like, he's that rich, but he wants to work. Most people still would want to work. That's what I'm trying to say. Hello, Coral. Welcome on in. Thank you for submitting your taxes. I appreciate it. Let's see. I want to make sure I'm all caught up. The rich and the poor would eat the rich. In cases of communism, that's why communism is so hated in America. Communism is hated because it's bad. I don't like being so objective, but communism is hated because it's bad. If anyone can name me one single country that has a case of communism that is good, I will eat my words. But none of you can, because there's not a single country that does communism right. In a perfect world where people aren't corrupt and evil, communism is great. But in the real world, there are a lot of bad people who will do anything to take advantage of you. Communism is the worst case scenario for poor people because it actually is designed to keep them poor. And you might go, well, at least they're not having rich people. Who's in charge of you? The government. You don't want the government in charge of you. We've seen how that works in China. We've seen how that works in the USSR. It's not good. It's not good. Capitalism offers the best opportunity for poor people, at least that's been done currently. America was an experiment, in all honesty. Like, let's be real. You know, no other country had quite done what America did in terms of the free market, in terms of in terms of capitalism. It is probably the best executed form of capitalism that we've seen, in the sense that it's pure capitalism would be fine. There are problems with it still, like communism, where people, the real reason it's hated is because they're rich or greedy. I'm biased. There's a lot more poor people than there are rich people. If that were the case of communism being hated, it would actually be well loved, because there are a lot more poor people than there are rich. America was an experiment. Sounds like the start of conspiracy theory. I mean, am I wrong though? Like, you know, it was, whew, where it isn't, but it made me laugh. I mean, fair enough. Fair enough. Communism looks good on paper, but isn't practical in real life. Yeah. It's a great idea. I'm all for it if we could actually hold leaders accountable, but, you know, you have that issue even in the capitalistic societies. It's just, you have to have enough checks and balances and everything to work. America's mixed market, still not fully capitalist. Full capitalism would lead to uber rich being almighty, not communism by any means, just subjective. Yes, yes. Everybody, any one system is usually a bad thing. You know, the whole political compass, it's almost more of like a, I would almost put it almost more of a sphere. You go so far right that you end up left. You go so far left, you go right. It's true about capitalism and communism. You go so far one direction, it's the same exact effect. And a lot of people don't see that. And that's a scary thing. That is a scary thing. A lot of people don't like to think these days. They want other people to think for them. They want AI to think for them. They want their politicians to think for them. They want their celebrities to think for them. They want their friends to think for them, their parents, their, so on and so forth. Please, all of you, I appeal to your humanity. Use your brain. That's all I ask. That's all I ask. Also, this is looking okay. It's not bad. It's not great, though. I do want to go ahead and read up chat. Tesla crashed when Elon's reputation dropped. Absolutely. Well, because you got to think about who the clientele for Tesla is. They are very much anti-Elon in general. The people who are pro-Elon right now probably are anti-electric vehicle. For the most part. There are, of course, nuanced cases there. Some people don't care who owns the company. They will use the product regardless. Some people don't care what kind of car they drive, and they're on the same political party as Elon or whatever. I'm not here to get into politics, really, in all honesty. I don't want to. But it's a thing. It is a thing. Maybe they see that and think, oh, he stays up late playing video games, so he's going to be tired, not energetic for work. Maybe. I don't know. That's about the only thing I can think of other than they just really hate young people who play video games. It's kind of cringy when you think about it to some degree. It's like, oh, this person has been doing it for 4 years, and that's all they've got on their resume for that year. That's kind of... It would be scary for me as an employer going, is this person responsible? Because what I did was not responsible by any means. I'm well aware. It's not like I've not been trying to get a job. It's just they don't know that. And there's not a good way to phrase that on the resume. That the gap there is due to the job market not being great. Because you don't want to sound like you're just complaining that the job market is chronically bad either. Because they'll just say, well, why didn't you apply to us sooner? It's like, I have been. I don't know. They don't ever reply anyway. I get ghosted by all of these companies. It's so sad. Build a mace on your wall. I might. We could. If I had money, I'd build a bakery, adding to the people who work because they want to. Yes, people will do what they want to do ultimately if they're rich, which is a good thing. If I were rich, I'd make some video games. I'd continue doing this. I would probably pay for people to help me with certain things as well. Maybe start paying people to help me with my video game even. With me as the lead director to help really focus on it. Or just pay somebody to do art at least for it so that I can focus on the development side. I don't know. I'm not a great artist and that's going to take up a lot of my time. Communism is flawed, yes, for a reason. America's experiment, America's mixed market, could be conspiracy, everything. Yeah, everything's a conspiracy, you're right. Communism would have the same issues. But the mace on the wall would work well with the brickies. Cool. Elon is just like the politics, I feel. His game stuff is mostly lies. His game stuff. Elon's game stuff? What? I don't know anything about Elon in games, but yeah, he usually people don't like him because of his politics. That is true. I respect him because he has done a lot of good for humanity, love him or hate him, in the sense of, we didn't have people going to space, really, and the electric car market has done very well because of him in a lot of senses of the word. And yes, you can say it's because he hijacked the company, but the company would be nothing without him. So, like, sure, but also not really. And then you can also say, well, it's not really because of him that we're going to space, but because of his engineers. Who's paying the engineers? And then also, he knows enough about rockets to understand enough on how they work. Like, there's a video of him being asked a question by a YouTuber of why you don't do this. And he's like, oh, wait, that would actually work. And it actually did work, and it was more effective than their previous solution. So he understands enough about it to be involved in the process. He may not be a rocket scientist by any means, but he's smart enough to know when he needs help. And he's smart enough to know, if I just pay them, they'll do it. And we build cool rockets. I respect him for the good he's done. Now, you can dislike him because of his politics. I don't know enough about all of his political beliefs, and I'm not going to really get into that. I think his solar panels are cool. I think, ultimately, a lot of the things that have come out about what Twitter is not good. So I'm glad he bought that because it's unearthed other things in other companies. Regardless of what you believe should and shouldn't be censored, I think, some of the things that were being censored is, it's not good. The second you have any censorship on ideas, and I should clarify, there are such thing as bad ideas, and there are such thing as dangerous beliefs. But the question is, where do you draw that line? My main thing would be, you draw that line at, killing people, probably. But some of these companies were drawing it way, way, way earlier. And, in fact, some of it is due to the government actually asking them to censor that kind of stuff. Which brings you into the state that China is. And it's like, that's crazy. That's not okay. Let's see. Game stuff, as in his achievements, were people he paid to play on his accounts, played on one of the most powerful accounts he owned, didn't even know how to play, claimed he did. Oh. I mean, I don't really care. People buy and sell accounts all the time. It's illegal. If he paid people to play on his account, I think it's stupid. Part of the whole point of playing games is to do it yourself. But it's, it doesn't take away from the other things he has done as net positive. Again, I know a lot of people hate him just because of his politics, and I'm not here to debate about that. That's neither here nor there when it comes to the products he makes. That's my thing. The second you start tying companies to political beliefs and saying you will or won't shop there because, they believe insert thing here or they support insert thing here, they're just following where the money's at, guys. And, you could try to pressure them into not supporting insert thing here or doing this one particular thing. Ultimately, at the end of the day, it's a corporation. They don't believe anything. And if you dig into any company, you will find that you don't agree 100% with any of them. And that's where you end up in a lot of issues with it. I respect people for standing up for what they believe in. But I do think there comes a point where it's kind of like, okay, we're getting a little silly here. What I really hate is when an actor or an actress says something and it hurts everybody else in the production because they said something, and so they, you know, don't get paid as much, because a lot of them get paid on royalties for ticket sales. Well, you know, if the movie does poorly because a bunch of people didn't watch the movie because one person did or didn't say something, I feel bad for the people that, you know, had no hand in whether the movie succeeded or not, because, you know, they poured their time into it, and, you know, they didn't make as much money because, you know, insert name here said insert things here, and, you know, that was bad. And it's like, I don't disagree that a lot of things that people say are bad. I just think we gotta be careful that what we do doesn't hurt other people, because we're trying to teach other people lessons. You know, you don't punish the whole production because one person was caught driving under the influence. You know, that's one thing I can think of in particular that has happened at one point in time. And there are sometimes cases where it's like, okay, that's bad across the board. But, I need to read this. As soon as he bought Twitter, suddenly he went from the site. The sudden shift is weird. I mean, I don't disagree with that. I think a lot of that also has to do with censorship, but also bots. You know, that's just how that goes. You know, ultimately, when you say we're loosening our restrictions on rules, that is going to be a natural consequence of it. But, you know, you go to any platform, and I can almost guarantee you a lot of them have the same issues under the hood. It's just, they hide it a lot more. I think you'll find when everybody's allowed to say exactly what you think, you're going to find a lot of people that have a lot of scary ideas. And it's because suddenly they're told that they're not going to get hurt for that. And that goes for people of all parties. I'm not pointing at one party in specific here. I'm talking about your party and the party that you're not of. So, you know, just chill out before you go, oh, he's this or he's that. I'm telling you that both groups have ideas that you don't necessarily fully agree with. That's why I really hate the party system, because they're not really your beliefs. They're your party's beliefs. And that's not the same thing. To say I believe in whatever my party believes in is quite stupid, because they can change that anytime they want, and it's a long list of things. I seriously doubt any of you 100% agree with one single party. And if you do, go look at what they believe in and then try to tell me that again. Because there is a lot of things that you probably don't realize that your party believes in. And there's a lot of things I don't even realize that my party believes in. Like, I'm not acting like I know everything, but I'm telling you, you don't know everything either. That's the big thing. All right, anyway. Don't support companies that are working with war criminals. See, the thing about that is, so I do agree. You should try not to support war criminals. But the thing is, all companies do. Like, pretty sure McDonald's still exists in Russia. So like if we're gonna support, or if we're gonna call Russia a war criminal because they're recognized by the ICC as that, then you can't go to McDonald's anymore. You can't use Google because some of their stuff still works in Russia. You can't do this. You can't do that. You see, Minecraft still works in Russia, so like they're indirectly supporting them. Like, you know, I see what you're saying, and I agree with it to an extent, but the problem is everybody still indirectly supports it. So it's like, you can't, you can't, it's not feasible. I've never had McDonald's. Consider yourself blessed, Coral. I'm sorry. McDonald's is bad. I know Gus would be hurt at me saying that, but McDonald's is actually trash. And I stand by that wholeheartedly. Okay, I need to read. I'm sorry. That's why my teachers in elementary school did once. One kid got in trouble, and for some reason my teacher thought it was better to bench the whole class rather than just the one kid. I get why they do that to a certain degree, but I definitely don't agree with it. The only time I agree in group punishments is when it comes to sports. Because you are a team in that sense. You are supposed to be acting as one unit. So, in team-based activities, I do agree a team-based punishment makes sense. But in a class scenario where it's one individual acting up, they get joy off of that. Like, don't give them the satisfaction of bringing everybody down with them. Just don't. I hate that. He went from giving Ukraine Starlink to publicly supporting Russia. I understand you. I feel like multi-party systems, usually more than two parties, creates a more personal party with more of your own beliefs over two parties. I tend to agree. My biggest issue, quite honestly, is politicians using parties as their blanket statement ideas of what they support, because they don't. Truth is, the vast majority of people in both parties, they only disagree over like some of the major things, but they agree on a lot of the small things that are considered small for us but are big for the politicians or whatever. And it's like, outside of like maybe two or three polarizing issues, we all agree on most things. And it's just about, and even then, even the big stuff that we disagree on, probably, I'm willing to bet it's not so much that we disagree on it, we disagree with how to handle it. And that's the big difference. If we could... And I don't even know if it's... I think we misunderstand each other. Sometimes it is just truly... that we disagree fully. I think it would be ignorant to say that we just sometimes can't disagree. I think it is truly that some of it we do disagree on. But a lot of it is also just we don't understand that we're saying almost the same exact thing. A lot of the times what you hear the loudest is not necessarily the popular belief. The loud... There's a such thing as loud minority. That's true in a lot of fandoms. In Minecraft especially, you'll see this. The mob votes was actually well-liked by a lot of people. But online, that's all you saw was people trashing it. I remember one of the mobs that we did not think would win won. Or no, it got second because we thought nobody cared about it. But the younger player base who is not online and the older player base who just didn't care enough to say their opinion online voted for it. But that's also true about other things. Like, for the longest time, if you liked 1.9 combat, you were just ridiculed online, even though a lot of people actually agreed with you. A lot of people do like 1.9 combat. And I think there's a certain amount of fear of rejection based on your own beliefs. This is true of a lot of people in every circumstance. Depending on where you're at, it may change based on what your belief is, but a lot of people are scared to say what they truly believe and what they think, and I think that's sad. But I kind of get it. I kind of get it. I just need one small section. There we go. How's that looking? Could be better, could be worse. Talking specifically about Elon as a person, not against his companies. Oh, that's fair. And I will say, in his case, I definitely see why people don't like him. He's a very polarizing person intentionally. He finds that enjoyable, which I think is very immature. But I also kind of get it to some degree too. He's just a troll. That's my thing. I mean, you look at half the memes he posts and it's just him being a troll. But he also should have a certain level of professionalism if he's representing companies. I get that too. I'm not pro or against him. I get why people are frustrated with him, but I also get why he is the way he is. Let's see, because I'm frustrated with him, honestly, too. He says a lot of crap that he shouldn't say. But it is his right to be able to say those things, so it's one of those deals. I don't agree with you, but I do support your right as an American citizen to have your freedom of speech. I just wish you would use that freedom for something a little better. Sometimes. Let's see. You never know how it's gonna go if you say your beliefs. Always a scary game to play. Oh, absolutely. I remember one time I was talking to some of my friends, and one of them said something, and I sat there kind of quiet, and I was like, I was playing the game in my head. I was like, do I say it or do I not? Because you never know. Most people are pretty agreeable, and they won't kill you if you disagree with them. But you never know. Because I've seen some of the nicest people I know turn into the nastiest people the second you say something that they don't agree with. And I just kind of like, I bit my tongue for a little bit. I was like, you know, I actually don't agree. And they were like, there was like a brief silence because everybody was like, oh crap, he actually doesn't agree. And we had a very meaningful dialogue after that. It wasn't bad. It was just like this realization where they were like, oh, he isn't who we thought he was. And it wasn't a bad thing, but it was a scary thing. So it was like, you know, you never know. You never know. So yeah, just oof. You always gotta play the game, but it's a scary game to play. But I do think everybody should try to state their beliefs at some point in time to people. It doesn't have to be online. It doesn't have to be this big grandstand saying, "Hey, come challenge me on my beliefs," or if you don't agree with me, you're incorrect. But I think it's okay to say, you know, I don't agree with that, and you know, you can tell them why. You can just say, I don't really want to debate it. Or you can just outright give a full list of reasons why you think the way you do. I said what I believed once. And, like, you know, my friends realized that my foundings weren't, or my beliefs weren't unfounded. They weren't just, like, it wasn't the way that they had been told it was by their party. You know, not that I changed their minds or anything, but more so, they were told that I wasn't, that I was completely baseless, essentially, for believing anything contrary to that. And my party does that too. Everybody does that, okay? But, like, again, just want to make it clear. Everybody does it. But they realize, oh, there is some amount of logic to the way they think. I can definitely see how they get there, and that means if you can do that, your friends and your family and the people you're around do have some amount of humanity. If they can't put up with you because you believe something differently, then you're better off without them. That's the harsh truth of the matter. But ultimately, that is where I've come to terms with it. If they can't tolerate me because of differing opinions on things that quite honestly won't matter in the long run, then, yeah, the loss is theirs, not mine. I'm back again. Internet decided to take a break exactly 1 hour after its last break. Only took about 15 minutes this time, though. Mr. IT support reg, what should I do? And yes, I have restarted my router and unplugged it for 20 seconds. Okay. I would check first to see if there's any reported issues in your area with your ISP, your internet service provider. That would be my first go-to, probably. Just to make sure that it's not you. Because if it isn't you, then you don't have to do anything. If it is you, then we gotta kind of think for a minute. It may just be one of those... Well, I mean, if you restarted it, then it would have checked for an update and applied it already. So I'm trying to think. I would definitely check with the ISP first and foremost. If it's not that, it could be... Double check that all your connections are seated properly. Even if you're not touching, like, the router or anything, if your Ethernet cable jiggles even just a little bit, it can cause issues. Try not to touch the coax cable on the back. That will cause a lot of issues for you later. Don't ask how I know. Don't ask how I know. Oh, man. But yeah, overall, that if that doesn't work and it is you, then, like, I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't get to mess with the internet very much here because usually it is the other guys. Our ISP is so bad out here. I wish we had options, but they're the best. They just have a lot of outages, but the other one has like no upload and no download, so we're better off with outages than outdated speeds, so it is what it is, I guess. Yeah, clip this so you can add it to your application. Oh boy. You know, I hope that job works out. I really do. If it doesn't, then like it's just not meant to be, and that's okay. I can accept that. But it doesn't mean I can't try. I have friends who mostly have polar opposite political beliefs to me. We can have meaningful conversations about the topics. Still, however, yes, absolutely. It's important to still talk if you disagree. If you don't, then that's where you end up back where we are now, where people don't want to talk about it because they're afraid of each other. So talk. Make it normal that you disagree with people. If you don't, then you will always be worried to disagree. I'm a people pleaser for the most part, but I'm not scared to disagree. I've had theological debates on stream. I hate those. I really do, but I've had them. I've had political debates to a certain extent on stream as well. That one a little lesser, but I have had to have it before. I've had those in private talks as well. I remember one of my moderators, he asked me once, he was like, hey, you know, we were just having a conversation because it was like 4 in the morning, and, you know, he was just like, hey, you know, you don't have to say or anything. He's like, but, you know, you don't ever, like, talk about your political beliefs. You don't ever talk about your religious beliefs. You want to talk about it? I'm like, you know, that's fine. I don't mind talking about that stuff. But, you know, he talked about it. And, you know, ultimately, I won't lie, I was a little disappointed with the way his answers came out, because when we talked about it, he understood everything I said, but by the end of it, he still said, I think I will probably be this because that's what my mom is. And I was like, it's not that I want him to see my side and be my side, but it's more so I don't want you to be whatever your parents are. I want you to be whatever you are. And if you're just doing it to mimic the beliefs of your parents, you will never truly find yourself. You'll never be your own person. And that's scary. Because I want nothing more than for people to be of their own thought and mind, you know, to understand the whys of why you believe what you believe, and to yeah, anyway, I'm sorry. I that's like a whole other topic probably, but I think everybody should understand why they believe what they believe, and not just say, oh, I believe this. It's like, no. Why do you think that way? Why do you believe it? Not because I want to challenge you on that, but because I want to know that you truly do believe that, you know? I think if a lot of people were asked, why do you believe that? And they actually gave an honest answer, you would have very few quarrels. Now I know that's pretty idealistic of me to say that, but I mean it. If people stop talking, fists start flying. Exactly. Exactly, Emmy. Oh. We gotta clip it out of tech. Real life experience, exactly. I don't think it's me, it's them, definitely. Those 2 spikes in reports of internet problems for my service, both at the same time I lost mine. Oof. Okay, well, it's good to know it's not you. That's good. It sucks, because that means you can't fix it and you're stuck at their mercy. But it's probably them doing some amount of updates to either hardware or software in their systems. And so it's probably like routine maintenance sort of deal. Steam does this like every Tuesday, for example, where sometimes their servers go down during this and everybody freaks out about it. But it happens every single week, where there's slight tweaks that they make in their servers and such. And, you know, everybody freaks out and it's like, oh no, it's not working, or there's like slight lag spikes. The Steam is ending, and it's like, no, it's not ending. It's just some routine updates so that it runs smooth the rest of the week. That's all. Now, ISP issues usually should be a lot more rare than every week, so I hope that it's not a regular occurrence. And also, yes, we do have Down Detector. I love Down Detector. Let's see. It is good not to go in with a I have to defend my point and prove them wrong mentality, but a I want to know where you come from and why. Yes, exactly. I had a guy come in and want to debate me on a theological thing. It was 2 guys. And you know, quite honestly, I didn't want to have the debate, but he was really itching to have it, I guess. I don't know. And he felt it was his duty to try to correct it, I guess. I don't know. I don't know. But I mean, he was coming in full force, not to understand, but to try to correct. And that was my whole issue with it. If he just wanted to understand, I would have explained my position, and he could have explained his, and then we'd be done. But the debate was way more heated than it needed to be, because it was all about trying to prove himself right. And I was like, I don't need to debate this with you. And you don't need to debate this with me. Like, ultimately, you're gonna believe what you believe, and I'm gonna believe what I believe. And you're not gonna change my mind with that attitude. Especially when you won't refute the things that I've pulled up as my basis on my beliefs, you know. But that's a whole other issue. A lot of people, you know, if you're gonna debate to change people's mind, at least come at it and answer their questions and answer answer where their basis is coming from, because if you don't, your argument falls flat. You can't shy away from answering hard questions if you're gonna debate somebody, which is where that ultimately ended up and why I had to pull the plug on it, because it just started getting to personal attacks, and I was like, I don't like this. You can be mad at me. You can say I'm reading the Bible with my own personal bias and claim that it's that I'm a heretic. Whatever. Jesus loves you, bro. Like, could have gave him the passive aggressive I'll pray for you. But no, it was a time. It was a time indeed. That one, that's always the difference in peeps and sharing your beliefs. Yeah, always. If you will, I love sharing what I believe. And if the internet had the same thought process as you and I, I would happily and openly talk all day, every day about everything. You know, if political opinions weren't so polarizing for people, and I wouldn't get called names and probably get banned off of Twitch, in all honesty, for some of the things I believe. That makes it sound really extreme, but Twitch is getting summoned for censorship as well, so like what I'm saying is not completely and totally unfounded. You know, I think I would happily share a lot more. I'll share a lot about theological stuff. That stuff I could get censored all I probably care. Whatever. Yeah, but you know, if the internet had the same beliefs as us, it would be fine, but they don't. So I try to keep tight-lipped on most of it. You guys probably all could guess exactly where I stand on a lot of things. And if you can't, you probably could ask. And most of it I'd be willing to talk about outside of really political stuff, unless it's online outside of stream. And it's not because I don't want it to go on the record, it's because I don't want that to be dug up later and then I not be able to get a job because of it. I gotta be careful, guys. I'm really trying to be employed. Pew. It is odd because it was last Thursday or the one before I lost for 3 hours. Must be as you say updates or something. Maybe. Hopefully it's just that. I know for me, a lot of the times what it was they were working on laying out fiber and such. And so it would have to come down and then they'd have to run maintenance on that to make sure all the fiber was working, and then they would turn it back on for us. So it would be off for a couple of hours until, you know, the fiber was proven to be working, and then they would sit there with it. Or like people clipping it out of context. That sucks too. Yeah. Yeah, you want to talk about really bad stuff? Ooh. Yeah, I've had that happen to me a couple of times. Or you say something, but you mean it one way and somebody interprets it the other way, and instead of asking a question, they report you, and then you never have a chance to defend that because Twitch moderation sucks. They don't ask, why did you say this? Instead, they say, you said this, which is bad. It's like, I agree, the way it sounded was bad, but what I actually meant was this. Oof. Bless me. That sneeze kind of hurt. I want to get into a theological discussion with you at some point. Oh, dude, that would be fun. I love talking about Jesus with people, regardless of if we believe the same thing about him. I've talked about him with Mormons, so you know that's about as far in terms of beliefs as we get in terms of who Jesus was. That one was actually a really good conversation. I enjoyed that one. And ultimately, you know, you just agree to disagree on most of that stuff. But I definitely see how some people get their beliefs. Like the debate I had with the other guy. I'll just go ahead and say it. I was debating, I believe it was an Orthodox and a Baptist, I think. And I was debating them on whether or not women could be pastors and preachers. And that one was fun to a certain degree, and I definitely got where he was coming from. but he wouldn't ever answer me on what I believed and why I believed it, and he wouldn't, and he refused to see where I was coming from. Where I was like, I could definitely see how you're reading it that way, and I agree that it could be interpreted that way, but ultimately I don't agree with it being that way because of insert XYZ here. Very good conversation outside of the fact that it felt very one-sided good. And I'm sure maybe he felt like I wasn't answering the questions he wanted me to answer the way he wanted me to answer them. I don't know. It's always hard. Can you stop shooting at me? Okay. It's always hard with those kinds of conversations to keep it civil, because ultimately what ends up happening is you have people coming in the middle of it, and they're like, ooh, you're this or that, and it's like, most people are probably on my side if they don't read into the Bible or if they're not Bible believing, just because it would be popular culture belief. But that's not why I believe what I believe. I found stuff that influences my belief there, within the texts. So it's not like I'm letting the world influence me on that. But yeah, that conversation ended after he was like, you're reading it with your own bias. You want to read it that way, so therefore you do. I was like, oh. Well, I think it's best we stop this discussion now. It's hard for me to, a lot of the time, to not let my temper run the discussions about beliefs. That's fair. I get it, as somebody who, you know, ultimately, in religion especially, I mean, if you truly believe in that religion, you believe in it with your whole life. So, to put that into perspective, you know, you're staking your life on your belief there, in a lot of regards. Maybe not as seriously in discussion, but, you know, when one foundation of your belief is attacked or swayed, then you start to question other aspects of it, and you do risk the very common occurrence from a couple of years ago where people were doing what was called deconstruction, where they would take apart everything and then try to rebuild it, but they never truly would ever rebuild. They would just say, I'm going to really meditate on what I believe, and then, you know, a couple months later they go, you know, I think I don't believe anymore, and it's like, well, that's sad. I'm sorry. There's still hope for them yet, but that is not where I am placed to help. So I gotta watch them struggle a little bit. Where's the... Boop. They can trust. Benny, hello, welcome on in, hope you're doing well. That skeleton is so rude, jeez. I hate skeletons, dude. I have one inside of me, and I hate him, too. He gets all itchy. I don't know if you guys ever have that happen, but, like, ugh. You feel your bones just itch. I sound insane, but I promise you I'm not. Obviously not a hear response, but I would love to know and have the same combo. I wouldn't be opposed to it, but I know how hard it is when only one person is able to speak at the moment. That's part of what was happening in the last time we had it, was I was only able to read his messages so fast. and then I had to give my point on his points, and then it was a mess. That's what I was saying on a stream. Oh, okay, I got you. Yeah. I'm following. My bad. Boop, boop. Oh. We're almost done. Mostly almost done. I gotta do like a couple patches there. This is actually looking good, at least. In my opinion, I hope. I don't know. It's not good, it's just... It's not bad. I'm a big one for theological discussion. Yes. I do enjoy talking about it. And as long as it's always, like, with the heart of, you know, understanding the other perspective, it's not so bad. There we go. Yeah. Almost done is reminding me of the Stardew stream. Oh. 20 hours later, dude. You know, I really did want to get this whole wall done, like all of the walls done in, by the end of today's stream, but I don't think that's gonna happen. I don't know about you, but I don't think that's gonna happen. I think we're just gonna do down here. I've had a lot of study into predestination and free will because it comes up a lot. Oh, jeez. I definitely see where people are coming from on that one, on both sides, and I know where I stand. But yes, that one has a lot of deep thought to it. And ultimately, it's hard to even explain. Because the very concept of free will is foreign to people. And then the question after, is free will really a thing? Then you have people who go, well, if it is real, then how does God know everything? Because if he knows everything, then do we really have free will? To truly understand that very question is hard. Because you have to understand the very concept of time and the very concept of God, which to say you understand either of the two is almost a complete and total lie. Because, I mean, that's a bold claim. And I've never really had a true answer other than just, like, I see where you're coming from, but we aren't able to fully understand either of those topics. Because we live inside of time, God lives outside of time. And so to try to understand the perspective of somebody who's able to view time in a... The best way I can try to explain this is going to be wild, and I'm going to try, okay? So, what we see is essentially... Okay. We see things in a very, we see physically everything, okay? The matter in front of us. We see that, and we have a concept of time, but we don't see time. We know time, we feel time, but we don't see time. But when you exist outside of time, you can see time. And so, it's not even so much that he sees what will happen. I think he can, because to put a limit on his power would be impossible. Because then you enter the, can God create a rock so big and heavy that he cannot lift it? Yes, but he can also make himself so strong that he can lift it. Why would he is the ultimate question. Yes, he can see at the end of time, and he can see everything that you will and won't do, but I think also he sees all the possibilities of what you will and won't do. And that's more impressive than just seeing the future, but seeing every single possibility of the future. And that's the best answer I have there. Otherwise, it's just like, yes, he knows. And yes, you still have a free will. But he knows basically your outcome of if you choose his will and you don't choose his will. And it's up to you to choose which outcome you want. That's the best way I can explain that. I don't know if that makes any sense to anybody, but it's hard. It's okay. Here's maybe a better way to help, I guess, a little bit. Okay. This is a 2D line. If you are in a 2D space, you only see in 2D, right? So in the case of Mario, you know, it is a very much flat space. It's like the fourth dimension, okay? Time is like your fourth dimension, essentially. So, you know, in one dimension, or 2D, you have a flat image, and it's left, right, up, down. That is 2D. 3D, you have left, right, up, down, and I guess you would even use different, you have an XYZ. Instead of an X and Z, you have an XYZ. Well, time is like its own letter to that equation. And when you're in the fourth dimension, and when you can see in the fourth dimension, you see something entirely different. And I don't know how to explain time as its own dimension within Minecraft other than like using light. Light level is your fourth dimension, essentially. So you can see right here, light would actually probably be a very good example of it in the sense of what we have in the world. You know, we have light, and light passes through as a measurement of time almost. But it's not the perfect example either. You know, right here I am in with light level 15, 12. I'm at light level 12. And here I'm 13. Here I'm 12. You know, it would be a whole different unit of measurement. Now, a torch isn't a good example unless you put it directly in the middle. So put it right there, then you have it going farther and farther away. So the farther away you get from the torch, that's a different measurement than this. It'll be your measurement of time. However, it just doesn't work. You have a whole stack of these. A whole stack of 3 dimensions on top of each other. Because you have infinite 2 dimensions within the 3rd dimension, I believe, right? Because not only can you go this way, but you can also go this way, and you have everything in between, which is an infinite amount of angles. Because, yeah. Does that make any sense? I don't know. That's the way I understand time, and that's the way I understand the 4th dimension, or a theoretical 4th dimension. It's also the way I understand the 2nd and 3rd dimension as well. I don't know if that makes any sense. Oh, jeez. Lots and lots of text to mull over. One cannot fully understand God exactly. Who has known the mind of the Lord so as to instruct him? The foolishness of God is wiser than any human wisdom. The weakness of God is stronger than any human strength. Yada, yada, yada. Don't want to come off preachy, so I'm going to shut up now. It sounds like a conversation that would break my brain. It broke my brain a little bit trying to even explain it. Because, like, I know what I explained isn't even a perfect explanation, but it's the closest I can get in my human nature. It just, I don't understand enough to explain it better. Because I don't understand. I understand a small portion, and it's still a theoretical thing, you know? I know a lot of scientists say time isn't the fourth dimension, or whatever. Quite honestly, time probably isn't the fourth dimension. It would be foolish of me to say that I know the fourth dimension is time. That would be really stupid. Ultimately, humans will never perceive what the fourth dimension is. It's just, it is not something that we experience in a traversable sense. Which is why I think time would be a fourth dimension, in the sense that if you could travel through time, it would be another dimension. Ouch. Ah! Okay. Same, I'm not religious, but respect people's beliefs. Appreciate that, Nafan. Classic Nafan W. Okay, back off, buddy. It breaks my brain and I talk about it all the time. Minecraft is like my favorite tool to explain things, and if I can. I usually can't. Because it's just limited by nature. We're almost done, guys. We're almost done. What? Huh? Did you guys hear that? Sounded like a... Maybe it was the zombie. Sounded like a witch, though. I hear it. Where is it? Hello? Oh, it's a baby zombie. Never mind. I'm good. I'm chilling. We're just gonna build. Boop. It's one demonic sounding baby zombie. Oh my goodness. Time is fourth dimension, in my opinion. I think it's probably the most plausible. But I don't know. I still don't truly know how to perceive that. The best way I can is honestly through like the movies. You know how in like recent MCU movies they've had the branching timeline? It's almost like that. A stream that is in constant motion. But if you could hop into the stream at any point in time, then you could feasibly travel through time, which would be a traversable point. But until you understand how to be able to do that, or if it is even possible, which I'm of the mind time travel is probably impossible. It just doesn't make... It doesn't make sense to me. However, I respect people for believing in it, and people who are trying to find a way to travel through time. I think it's amazing. And I would love to eat my words, because time travel is a really cool thing. It's just... It's such a big thing. Let's see, put that there. Let's just finish up this row because it's almost done. But think of time as the state of matter of an object. Okay. Yeah. I can sort of see that. It's just such a big concept to wrap your head around. That's what's incredible about it. If you had a belief in something and then read something in the Bible that disproves your belief, would you change your beliefs to conform to what the Bible says? The yes, ultimately yes, to answer your question. But I do want to expound upon that. Ultimately, it's not I who changes my mind in that case. Because ultimately, what I believe in here and what I believe in here are two different things. And that's a weird thing to state. Because your heart doesn't think, right? But it's what you feel, right? And ultimately, if you know it in here, and it's because it's written down here on the book, then you need to tell yourself in here that this needs to get in check. And that's where ultimately changing your mind is hard. You have to remind yourself, even though that's what I believe and that's what I thought, that is incorrect. And that's where it gets hard. Because, you know, surely you would want to... You ultimately want to be correct with what is written. Because what is written is true. But when you're going at it from a perspective of a human, it's really easy to try to say, well, it probably really meant this, or it probably really meant that. You know, I definitely see how people do it, because it's not easy to admit you're wrong. It's not easy to say, I don't agree with this, but because God says it is, it is. And I have to just be okay with that. Most people aren't willing to set aside their humanity and say, I don't know everything. I don't understand why it's this way. And I can't find why it is this way. But because I believe... If your hang-up... My whole thing... Everything is... If you can believe in Jesus, then everything else in the Bible is really easy to believe in. Hello, On. It's good to see you. So what I mean by this is, you know, a lot of people, their hang-up is not on whether or not Jesus existed or whether or not he truly came back to life. Some people, that is the case. But their hang-ups are on other things, like evolution, or on whether or not there was a worldwide flood, or you know, all these sorts of things, young Earth, old Earth, a lot of that kind of stuff, right? And if your only hang up is on that stuff, why is that so unbelievable? When you believe that somebody lived, died for 3 days, and then came back. Now, I know a lot of people are also in the camp of they don't even believe that he came back. If anyone wants to say that he didn't even live, that's... We have historical data outside of the Bible that even says that he lived. So, you know, it would be unwise to claim that. But, I would happily get into the historical evidences of him dying and coming back to life. The big thing, though, would be, you know, if you can believe all that, then why is it hard to believe that you know, what we found to be in popular science right now is incorrect? And I think science goes hand in hand in a lot of this. There's a lot of cases where science actually doesn't disagree with religion. It's just been put up against it because of a few disagreements in certain spaces. I find more and more often science usually ends up disagreeing with itself as we learn more, which is fine. I love the historical evidence that proves he died in a manner prophesied in the Old Testament. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, if you want to even look at it from that point of view, even just the prophecies, I mean, that tells you a lot there. Also, this is looking pretty sick. I missed that spot. Hang on. But I know there's so many people who the hang-up isn't Jesus, it's actually other things, and I'm perplexed by that. Because that's not the most outlandish thing to believe in a worldwide flood, when, you know, we've got several mythologies that all recount a worldwide flood. You've got, well, the Ice Age is strong contention for there likely have been one. Amongst other things, you know. There's plenty of proofs there. So it's not as outlandish to say that when nobody else has come back from the dead after 3 days. You know, that's my one thing. And I know it's hard when you're me. From my perspective, I see it, and like, the answer's right there in front of you, but for them it's a hard thing to wrestle with, and I get that. I do get that. It's just, I also wrestle with the fact that you wrestle. I'm so hype. I'm like 90% done with season 1 on something. Nice. That's awesome, Spicy. You put a glass of water in the freezer. It has length, width, and height, 3-dimension, but the moment you put it in, so time 0, it would be liquid. At time 10 hours, it would be frozen. Maybe not the best example, but one I can think of off the top of my head. Yeah, it makes sense. Yeah, so if you could travel to any point in time, that water would be either more or less icy. That makes sense. It is ultimately something that is traversing. It is just such a big thing, man. gotta do that one as well. I was like, oh, we finished. You also have the part of the resurrection story about the dead rising, not just Christ, but Christ died once and once for all when everyone else died again like Lazarus. Yes. Yes. Exactly. Yeah, I mean, if you look over every single document, you don't... The problem... I say problem. I need to be careful about how I word that. The way a lot of people read it is like... Well, it's like what we would call a Bible nowadays. You know, we have... In Walmart, when I worked there, they had me go to the deli once and work back there, and they brought out this thing and they called it the Food Bible. It was full of the truth of what their recipes were. So, you know, it was very much factual and based on what Walmart, the corporation, wanted. A lot of people read it that way, and they don't like being told that they're wrong or right. If you read it rather as a historical document, it makes a lot of sense. You know, the first 2 books are largely about the very beginning of humanity. And then it starts slowly but surely sectioning down and down and down. And then you get into, you know, all sorts of other stories as well, which you can find historical evidence for throughout history as well. But, you know, when you're in the New Testament, we have dated some of those scrolls to only being about, you know, well, some of them being within, I believe, just a few years of all that happening. And, you know, when you're talking about somebody being raised from the dead, people would disprove that so quickly within years, because they would be able to go, oh, well, we have the historical site where he was buried right here. There were so many people who were willing to die for what they said they saw. And you don't just get that as a hoax. You know? Like, you want to talk about committing to the bit? If that's what happened, you know, I got because somebody was willing to die for the bit. I'm impressed. I don't think that's what happened, though. If it is, well, GG's easy. They got me. I can't imagine it. I can't imagine people who were documented to have been sitting with this man claiming that he came back to life and then, you know, being willing to die for that if it were not true. Oh, I fell. Realistically, can I just redeem taxes right now to make up for all the taxes I missed before? Is that illegal? Actually, no, because I was doing tax evasion. This is me making up for it. You only do 1 per stream, big sad. I know, I'm sorry. English only, please. I have no clue how to say your name. I don't have enough material for that. I'll be back. But that's almost done. This is the worst news ever. I get it though. You can be my partner. Crime I avoid taxes too. I only paid 8 times. Yeah, and the fans here like every single day, and I almost never see a dime out of that guy. Crazy work. Oh. There we go. That block just was not having it with me. Historical evidence of dead coming back for sure. I want to find it so bad. Probably already has. Oh, there definitely is. I mean, so one, again, if you're reading the Bible as a historical document, and, you know, a lot of people are like, well, the evidence can't insist upon itself, but in fact, it doesn't. You have evidence that insists on it. Like I said, the Gospels were written only some of them were only written a few years after all the events transpired. So in the case of that, you know, in a few short years, you have a huge split in the from the Jews into Christianity, with, you know, 3 similar accounts, and a fourth one also. John is on its own kind of deal. But, you know, you've got 4 people who all say they saw a very, very similar thing. And you might go, well, there's inconsistencies between them. Well, that's true about all accounts. You see 4 people see an accident. They all see 4 different things. The major details say the same, but there might be small things that they notice about it and things that they don't notice about it. Also, some of it is just different ways that they explained it or different translations of it. So there's that. On top of that, you also have where was I? We were talking about proof that that is the historical document, essentially. Yes. So so you got, you know, several accounts that say they saw it. You have dates on it that say that it was within a reasonable time period for it to not just be a hoax, saying a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away, or once upon a time there lived a man called Arthur who was king of Camelot. You know, you have enough there that it was written in time that it couldn't have been just legend. And if it was a hoax, it was really well done. Then you have the evidence of the people who died for truly believed in it, and they were the people who were written, or who believed in or sat with Jesus himself. So to sit there and go, well, if you don't believe that he even existed at all, then there are other evidences even outside of the Bible there. So I won't get into that one. But I mean, you can go back through and look at all that, and the more you try to disprove it, the more evidence you find to prove it, is what I find. Which is the interesting thing. Oh yeah, King Ragnog, you're the reason I've been staying up at night, dude. Go to sleep, please. It's okay. I promise you, sleep is good. Dude, this title card is straight gas. Heck yeah, we love that. We love that, Spicy. I know you mentioned having an English-only chat, totally fair, but if you had mods or someone that understood the language in chat, would you let them continue speaking in that language? Sometimes. It depends on the language, usually. If it's one that I understand at least a little bit of, then sometimes I will. In the case of this one, it looks like it may be Russian. No, that's not Russian. Maybe. I don't know. But you know, I don't speak any of that. I can't read it. With Spanish, on the other hand, I can understand enough of it that I can at least understand that you're not saying something completely and totally bad. And I can usually still respond to you in a way that answers your question, or at least interact with you. I can speak this much Spanish, which is enough to, like, say, you know, yes, no, you know, I can talk to you enough that you'll understand me and you won't need a translator. And I can read a little bit and the mods can help me understand you so that we can communicate, but most cases I probably wouldn't. Just because it does them no good to be here if they can't understand me, and I can't understand them, usually. I'm saving even though it's 1 point, but every point counts. Ask Admiral after his 10-point bet. And I dropped 2.5k on David Attenborough last stream. 57.5k would be 60 if I didn't do voice stream. Jeez, Nafan. You are rapidly gaining points. GG's, dude. Absolute insanity. Let's see. I'm sorry, I pressed the wrong button. There we go. Pretty sure it was Russian. Yeah, it looks like it. I don't speak any Russian though. Gotcha. Yeah. Yeah, it's nothing against non-English speakers. I can't speak your language, sadly. Ali is alive! Hello, welcome on in. Hope you're doing well. This is looking good. I think we just need like something to break it up a little bit. And then maybe we also the floor. I don't know what to do with the floor. I may wait on the floor until after we put some of our buildings in. Because we don't need to do all the floor. Most of the floor is going to be covered up with stuff. No, not at all. I'd like to know the language to be able to communicate with them and not have to rely on a translator. Yeah. Nothing against translators. I get it. I totally get it. I have let some people do translations for me, but it's been when chat's like very slow usually when I do that, because it's just something for us to talk about. In today's case, like, I probably wouldn't, just because we've had enough to talk about, so that I've been talking for most of the stream. I don't think I've been quiet, really. Somebody can correct me if I'm wrong on that, but I think I've been talking just about every 10 seconds at minimum. So 4 hours straight of talking, you know, that's a lot. That is a lot. But if it were like a slower day where we were probably, you know, struggling to come up with concepts and things to speak on, I would probably be more apt to say, yeah, you know what, we could definitely, you know, have a conversation where you're speaking Russian and I'm speaking English and I'm using Google Translate. What's the matter with that? Wait, the walls? Are you building Attack on Titan walls? I wish. That would have been cool. Hello, PinCap. It's good to see you. Hope you're doing well. I am not building the Attack on Titan walls, but I am building walls, and it's all inside of this big dome. And, poof. They're a pain to build, but they're gonna look really cool. They're gonna look really, really cool. Hopefully. Attack on Titan build win. I'm not gonna promise anything, but that would be neat. I've only watched a few episodes of Attack on Titan. I thought it was really cool, but I never actually watched anything beyond the few episodes that I saw. So maybe one day. Oh no. I haven't heard a word. What do you mean? I saw the Attack on Titan build a while back, and it was awesome, but sheesh, the dedication. Yeah. It would be... To build that in survival would be insane. Creative is absolutely insane as well, but survival would be, like, unhinged. Sharing service could introduce an auto-translate feature so people could type any language and it translate into the language streamer sets. I think YouTube is getting ready to do something like that. They're doing auto dubbing on videos now. So you can actually go right now to my YouTube channel and any video I've posted, not the live streams, but the videos. You can click on those and watch it in, I think, 22 different languages right now. maybe 23. I don't know if it includes English in the count. But you can listen to it in all those languages. And I mean, it's German, French, Spanish. Then there's another form of Spanish on there as well. There's Hindi, sorry. And I think I saw another one. It may have been Arabic. I don't know. They had a lot of languages in there though, which I think is awesome. I know a lot of people really hate it because it does use AI, I believe, for all the dubbing. But it's a good use of AI in my opinion. In this case, it is using it to allow people to connect with each other in ways that we otherwise never would have been able to unless we paid somebody to sit there and translate it. But I don't have the money to translate all of my Minecraft tutorials into 21 different languages. So the way YouTube is doing it is actually really cool. It allows us to connect. That's what these platforms are for. And ultimately, I know it's a money thing for YouTube. They're going to do it so that they can have a larger audience across the globe because they have more languages supported. But for me, it's just cool because I can connect with people that I otherwise never would have been able to. And I think they're going to be starting to experiment with putting it on live streams, so longer form content even. And then beyond that, I do believe it will even go into supporting live translation as well, which is awesome. I can't wait. Let's see. So what I'm hearing is possibility. It isn't. No, there's a possibility. There is a possibility. It would be scary to take on a project of that size, but I wouldn't say no. That'd be so cool. I saw another streamer coding an add-on for Minecraft to translate in real time. Yes, that is one thing that I'm really excited about. I'm hoping that that becomes a standard across all games. Is live translation of some type, even if it's just through text chat. We gotta get on that. You know, I think it would be insane, but it would be really cool because you could play strategy-based games with people from across the world and understand them and them understand you, and that's awesome. Like, I'm sorry, but that is awesome. And I know there's a lot of people who say AI bad, and I get their viewpoint. I just, in this case, I don't know if their viewpoint counteracts just how awesome and how valuable this is. With all the AI and stuff these days, it can't be too far from being a feature. Absolutely. Absolutely. Man. Yeah, I'm excited about that kind of stuff. Okay. I'm sorry. I'm rambling. Do I want to try to fix the walls, or do I want to just leave them be? And it's 11 o'clock. I should just leave them be and be done. Yeah. Wonder when it's on all live streams if it will run from a supercomputer or a more localized setting. The supercomputer will have to be more powerful than what there is already, I imagine. Oh, I'm sure. I would assume it'll probably start off localized because the power consumption that it would take to do that would be absolutely insane. But live translation being done from your own computer is a lot more feasible because you're not having to do thousands of streams at once. You're only doing one stream at once. So just like I send all of my encoding over to Twitch, I only have to encode once. However, Twitch is starting to offload that so that we can actually encode multiple stream sets. So if I wanted to stream in 2K to Twitch right now, I could, but I'd have to self-encode it at 2K and 1080p, I believe. which means that you guys would have the best viewing experience as well. And Twitch doesn't have to do all this extra encoding to make it look good. It just has to accept the signal. The more resources they offload on the user, the more taxed the user is on the end, but the more money they save and the more cost-effective everything is. They could actually pay out more to creators if they did that, because they wouldn't have to be doing all this translation. It would just have to be a special tool that YouTube would make that you would use. I hope they do it. I honestly would love to see a way to incorporate that myself. But as far as I know, there's no way to do it without... I guess what I could do is I could make a website. And I could do... basically my Omnia concept. You talk into the mic takes that and it outputs it into an AI. The AI would interpret that however it needs to, and then it would translate it. And then it would play it back on the live stream. So you would watch on YouTube and Twitch, but you would listen through the website if you're on another language. That's too complicated though for people who don't speak English for me to just explain it to them. You know, they'd pop in, they'd say hola, and I would be like, I don't know how to say all this in Spanish. So there's not much point in me developing that, but I think if YouTube would push it, and I would love to try to help them with it. I don't understand enough about that engineering side of things to make it work. But I would be 100% for a localized setup so that I could just run it. Because I have a graphics card that could probably run it just fine. And at least running a few languages. Maybe you have to select which ones you want, you know. It doesn't have to translate English. You already have it. But, you know, maybe you want French, Spanish, and German. I don't know. Then you could do a lot more with that. It'd be really, really cool. I'm all for it. Let's see. I'm going to start wrapping up stream now. I hope everybody had a good day, though, and I hope you guys enjoyed the stream. Hang with me here while I find us somebody to raid. I think I want to say, let's say hi to Melissa Mines. We got into her stream after we raided Oz a few days ago, I think. And I forgot how much I love her stream, but she's awesome. She is currently playing Minecraft Hardcore, and I think you guys will enjoy. Boop. Alright, hop on the raid, get some free channel points, meet a cool streamer along the way, and I will hopefully catch you guys another time. What if the foreign speaker wants to translate your stream video and chat? That'd be a lot of translation. It would be. It would be. And I don't know what the best way to do it would be yet. It's something I want to think about, though. YouTube, this is the end of the line for us, as always. Appreciate you for being here, though. Bye-bye, YouTube. Bye-bye. And bye-bye, Twitch. You guys are all leaving at the same time. Bye, guys. Bye-bye.